guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It looks like the government shutdown may be coming to an end. A procedural Senate vote is underway, with CNN reporting that Senate negotiators have reached an agreement to fund the government through January 30th of 2026. The news would mark a key indication that the government shutdown may soon come to an end. A source tells CNN the Senate is expected to vote, and there are enough Democratic votes to move the plan forward. Now, the deal will reportedly include a reversal of President Donald Trump's firings of federal employees, as well as provisions to prevent such actions in the future. It also will ensure that food stamps are funded through the fiscal year 2026. It could still be days before the government is open, even if Senate approves legislation tonight. Once a bill passes the Senate, it will have to go back to the House for final passage. Then it will head to President Trump's desk for signature. The whole process could take several more days to complete. But repeating, a procedural Senate vote is underway tonight that is supposed to bring an end to the government shutdown and fund the government through January 30th, 2026. It's been a tense weekend trying to get from point A to point B through the air, with roughly 10,000 delays and over 2,700 cancellations at airports. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the government shutdown has caused most of this. The number of flight cancellations will keep growing, even if the government goes back to work. Airports impacted are the most larger ones, including Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson, Newark Liberty, and Chicago's O'Hare, even though airports around the country have felt the sting. Once again, our top story, reports are tonight the Senate will vote, and they have enough Democrat votes to possibly end the government shutdown. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says Election Day marked a big rebound for Democrats. He appeared on CNN's State of the Union.
That was the beginning of this comeback. This is the beginning of sort of a resurgence of energy. And you've seen it at the No Kings rally. You saw it obviously with the outcomes, not just in Virginia and New Jersey, but in Mississippi and Pennsylvania and Georgia and elsewhere.
And highlighted California's Proposition 50, a measure redrawing congressional maps to favor Democrats, which passed with 64% support. Comedian Nikki Glaser sparked controversy while hosting NBC's Saturday Night Live last night, joking about sex trafficking, rape, incest, and pedophilia during her opening monologue. In this clip, she discussed her 4-year-old nephew showering with her.
Are you really okay with like an adult showering with your child? Like maybe it's okay if you like come and supervise. And she was like, why? And I was like, because what if I molest him? And she was like, would you? And I was like, no, I would never. That's disgusting. But that's what I'd say if I was gonna.
While Glaser's known for edgy material, many viewers called the jokes disgusting and cringe, stating SNL should reconsider inviting her back. Six Flags is facing restructuring as some parks face closure amid declining revenues. CEO Richard Zimmerman said the company will focus on its most popular parks and sell or shutter underperforming ones, like Six Flags America, which closed this week after 50 years. Attendance rose slightly this summer, but weaker spending and a $1.2 billion net loss highlight the challenges ahead. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Just like that, we say, where did my weekend go? It's over. All right. Another in the books. Another day closer to Thanksgiving. Wow. Already rolling into the 10th day of November here in 2025. So welcome back. Welcome aboard. Let's get her started. Get a new week underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, a snowy night. It's been a while since we've been able to say that. 29 degrees outside the secret bunker here, southwest Ohio. Light snow falling. As far as our area is concerned, I don't think we're seeing any real issues on the roadways. That's not the case for folks elsewhere, especially along the Great Lakes, northern Indiana, areas between Gary, South Bend, Chicago. You've seen some pretty decent enhanced lake effect snow bands. Road conditions in northern Indiana have been going downhill rapidly. Yet through the evening hours, that's going to continue overnight tonight. But look at the temperatures. The cold sweeping in over the eastern half of the country. Yeah, we've got our first hard freeze warnings extending all the way into southern Texas. Indeed, freeze warnings, southern Louisiana. Not quite to the Gulf Coast, but almost. So, of course, you've got Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, freeze warnings in northern Florida as well. Yeah, for our friends in the Sunshine State, when you woke up Sunday morning, your local forecasters were saying, well, good morning, South Florida. Enjoy the last day of warm, nice weather because a powerful Arctic cold front is going to plow across the Sunshine State on Monday. So, yeah, your Sunday featured downright nice temperatures back into the upper 80s, believe it or not. You saw a mix of clouds and sun, light winds. It was actually a beautiful beach day Sunday. Get ready. The change is coming. The Arctic attack arrives today. Ahead of that front, a few showers possible behind it, though. Things will turn very windy Monday afternoon. Wind gust over 30 miles per hour. By Tuesday morning, it's going to be unpleasantly cold. Temperatures are going to plunge into the upper 40s and lower 50s. You'll be possibly challenging your record low in Miami, Florida. 48 degrees that was set in 1913. Wind chills will be in the 40s as well. You're going to need your winter gear. It's going to be cold enough, we know, to stun the iguanas. Some of them may be falling out of the palm trees. High temperatures will struggle to get out of the 60s with lots of clouds. Blustery conditions continuing throughout the day, making it feel even colder. Now, the rest of the week, you'll see a lot of cloud cover. Temperatures will gradually try to recover back into the 80s. Looks like sunshine, more seasonable temperatures by next weekend. But, going to be a, reality check, wake-up call, shock to the system. Again, with those freeze warnings. Well into northern Florida overnight tonight. And that's the case. Eastern portions of the country as folks across the plains and the east brace for this sharp turn, cold weather. AccuWeather warns the lake effect snow machine is indeed roaring back to life. After months of dormancy, cold winds sweeping over the warm Great Lakes, bringing the first season's significant round of snow from the lake shores of Lake Superior to Lake Ontario. Brisk winds persisting from the Great Lakes in the northeast, literally to the Gulf Coast into midweek. Many areas observing low temperatures down into the 20s and 30s to start the week, some even colder. Winds 20, 25 miles per hour, going to make those wind chills even lower. Definitely a sharp turn to winter-like conditions. It'll be hard to miss. as the jet stream plunges southward. Steady winds blow it across the warm lake waters. The first notable snow event unfolding from Illinois to New York State, particularly in the typical lake effect snow corridor south and east of the lake shores. Of course, bringing some of the coldest air we've seen for early November, and that's the reason for the robust snow amounts expected in the Great Lakes and the far southern extent of flurries and snow squalls. Early this week, there's going to be a high potential of dramatic hourly snowfall rates in those bands setting up off the lakes. We're talking 3 to, in some cases, 4 inches of snow falling in an hour's time. Elsewhere, snow showers capable of sticking to the roads could cause some travel headaches for those who are out of winter driving practice, have yet to maybe put on winter tires. Those lake effect snow bands that set up dumping inches of snow in a short period of time due to the vast temperature difference between the Arctic cold and the very warm lake waters. If you live in the snow belts, be prepared for treacherous driving conditions, near zero visibility at times from overnight tonight all the way into early Tuesday. Throughout the day, Monday, it's just going to go downhill. In the Windy City, forecasters say some of the worst travel conditions will be occurring overnight tonight into Monday morning. At unfortunate times, it kind of overlaps when many take to the roads headed back to school, back to work. There's going to be a sharp variation in snow totals from the northern and western suburbs of Chicago to the southern suburbs, which will be highly dependent on the wind directions and where those heaviest bands set up. But in those robust bands, snowfall rates exceeding 2 inches per hour for a period of time. Indeed, we could see some school delays here for your Monday across the Chicago metro, particularly from downtown locations on southeastward. Nearby locations surrounding Lake Michigan will see similar impacts as those stiff winds blow across the lake, bringing in potent bands of snow. Extremely cold air aloft and relatively warm Lake Michigan will be producing intense bursts of lake effect snow through the day ahead. Thunder snow is entirely possible. The most intense squalls will be capable of producing 2 to 4 inches per hour. That's enough to easily bring traffic to a standstill, coupled with the very windy conditions. In some occasions, whiteout conditions will be unfolding. Further south and east, accumulating snow will expand across southeastern Indiana, southern Ohio, central and northern Pennsylvania, into the Appalachian Mountains, while some areas are projected to pick up a coating to maybe an inch. Higher totals in the elevated terrain from West Virginia into southwestern Pennsylvania as those snow showers extend southward into eastern Kentucky, southern West Virginia, eastern Tennessee, and portions of the Carolinas early this week. Best chance for accumulations are going to be obviously the higher, the mountainous terrain. However, you could see some snowfall observed even through the lowlands. The first snowflakes of the season will be falling across both the Great Lakes and parts of the Tennessee Valley around the same time. It's very uncommon for that to occur this time of year. For some of the major metro areas in the Midwest and Great Lakes, this is way earlier than average. Chicago O'Hare, on average, records the first inch of snowfall accumulation on January 17. If an inch accumulates before today, you'll tie the 2018 record for the earliest inch of snow on record. Places like Asheville, North Carolina, Greenville, South Carolina, you'll see the first flurries of the season. If you see any accumulation of 1/10 of an inch or more overnight, Monday night into Tuesday, that's going to rank as one of the earliest measurable snowfalls on record there. So looking ahead, by Tuesday night, the lake effect machine starts to wind down for now as the jet stream begins to retreat back to the north, bringing some milder air from the plains, while the break in snow will offer some brief relief. Forecasters caution that winter's early arrival is probably just a preview of more cold outbreaks and snow events to come as the month of November continues to unfold. All right, so more to come as we roll into a brand new day, a brand new week. Hello to Philly Dan. It's that time again, indeed. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Go Birds tonight. Jeffrey in Florida on board. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. Marianne saying hello to all those listening friends out there. Tank in the house. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday. We're back in the saddle. Down to 38 degrees here in Memphis tonight. All right, getting ready to head back out to Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Good morning, Overnight Drive. Country Bumpkin checks in from Waterford, Michigan. God bless the American truck driver. James, hello indeed. Yes, looks like the Democrats have caved. The shutdown is finally coming to an end. All the details. Yes, the vote has taken place. It's going to be several days. We'll explain how that all unfolds. It's going to be several days to get it all officially unraveled. But, yes, there were enough. The votes they hit the 60 vote threshold here just a few hours ago. They have adjourned until, I believe it's 11 o'clock Monday morning. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. We're headed to Hartford, Connecticut. First trip in the new truck. Got a 2024 49X Western Star. All right. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour. Greatest day of the week. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve, throw in the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. The stick shin eliminator power mic is on. 30 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Snow falling from the heavens. The winds kicking. Temperatures dropping. 844-844-3388 is the number to call. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Be a part of the show. Well, who's the winner this weekend? Is it the grumpy old grump? Or the prognosticator of prognosticators? We'll find out shortly. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, you're going to need that body heat tonight. Are you with me?
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, hello to John. Check it in via YouTube. Good morning. Steve, the overnight family. Everybody, be safe trucking. It's cold here in Indianapolis, 28 degrees. Yeah, clear at this moment. Have a good night, though. Bill, good morning. Steve, 24 degrees, feels like 12 here at the Home 20 Horicon, Wisconsin. Had a short weekend. Had to work Saturday evening. Anyway, relaxing Sunday, but back to work Monday night. I'd like to ask prayers for the wife. She has AFib. Going to be having the ablation done on Wednesday morning. All right, be safe out there, drivers, especially in those lake effect snow zones. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 28 degrees at this hour. Hello to Michael, who says, hard to believe 48 years ago, Smokey and the Bandit came out. Sally Field, Frog, is 79 years old. Wow. Big Ed chimes in. Lauren Weiss in Amarillo, Texas. Special shout out to all the veterans out there. Delivery by the prognostic expert. All right, Crazy Ray, yes, you're hearing the headlines correctly. The Senate advancing a bill to ultimately end the longest government shutdown in history. This is going to extend until the end of January. They've still got work to do. The hard left Democrats are very, very angry that enough of the moderate Democrats came on board, just enough to reach that 60-vote threshold here a matter of hours ago. This will not include any sort of an extension in the Obamacare subsidies, which was one of their biggest concerns, their big beef. Again, we'll break it down for you coming up here. First, I guess let's make it official.
It's the greatest day of the week.
Here it is.
Another one. Here it is. Well, happy birthday to me.
How about
happy
that?
Birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps.
Okay.
250 years.
How about that?
Today.
Wow.
It's not my personal birthday, but 250 years for the United States Marine Corps. So special Semper Fi shout out to all my Marine Corps brethren, Knuckle Buster and Donut Man, and all the others out there in Radio Land.
Yes.
So I won't be doing my veteran tour this year. I've got a doctor's appointment Tuesday. I was thinking better. I don't know why I always think Veterans Day is on a Monday, but it's always the 11th. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess I was stupid, but anyway, yeah, I won't be doing that this year.
So missing out.
So other than that, it's
out on all the free
it's
dinners.
70 degrees at Lake City, Florida.
All right, well.
About 20 miles north of Gainesville.
So your local
I know it's
prognosticators, when's the bottom supposed to start falling? I guess later on this afternoon there.
Yeah, later on today. It looks like it's going to be going downhill. Of course, I run up to just north of Valdosta, Georgia, so it's probably going to be pretty cold tomorrow at this time.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'll have to break down and wear pants. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe
might be a
Something a
good
little
idea.
warmer than your Crocs to keep your feet warm.
Yeah. Well, my feet swelled up so bad there a couple of weeks ago. That was the only shoe I could get on my foot.
Yeah.
And to be perfectly honest, Crocs suck trying to drive a semi in. They're just awful. It's hard to get up and down the steps. I don't recommend them to anybody. I see the guys doing it, but they just suck. I mean, try to imagine wearing, flip-flops up and down a ladder.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's just terrible. But that was the only shoe I could wear at the time. But I'm back into my safety-toed, my safety shoes, steel-toed shoes. But yeah, I guess I'll have to be dodging iguanas. And from what I understand, a lot of them houses down South Florida don't have heat. They never built them with heaters inside. They probably changed now with the central air and all of that.
Right.
I don't think a lot of the older homes down there have heat built in. So that's going to be a challenge for them.
In those cases, that's where you got to fire up the space heaters, right? Rack up your electric bill.
Well, yeah. I mean, you had a spell there when you was using some space heaters.
Absolutely. And again, I fear it may not be long before we're back in that saddle again. Hey, but get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It looks like the government shutdown may finally be coming to an end. A procedural Senate vote is underway, with CNN reporting that Senate negotiators have reached an agreement to fund the government through January 30th of next year. The news would mark a key indication that the government shutdown may soon come to an end. A source tells CNN the Senate is expected to vote tonight and that there are enough Democrat votes to move the plan forward. The deal reportedly will include a reversal of President Donald Trump's firings of federal employees, as well as provisions to prevent such actions in the future. It also will ensure that food stamps are funded through the fiscal year 2026. Again, reporting tonight, a procedural Senate vote underway. CNN says there are enough Democrat votes to bring the shutdown to an end. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Go, Monday, greatest day of the week. Okay. You're actually watching on Facebook or YouTube. Yeah, I've got the thick winter apparel on. Got to stay warm in the secret bunker here. Yeah, when you get that first really cold air of the season, your body's not adjusted to it. 29 degrees right now. You know, once you get into the dead of winter, 21. Once you've been down to sub-zero, 29 feels like a heat wave. You know the drill. But for all those driving for the first time this season in wintry precipitation, you know, they're screwing up left and right. Yeah, I've seen numerous reports, cars in the ditches, northern Indiana. And some of those heavier lake effect bands, it is really, looks like something straight out of a Christmas movie, you know. Par for the course, right? Be careful out there. Meanwhile, college football over the weekend. Well, there were 4 split games. And for all practical purposes, well, they split them up. 2 for the Grump. And 2 for the prognosticator of prognosticators, as we welcome you aboard. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Sitting there in the woodshed. Grump put me in this weekend. It's all right. Yeah, Grump, I'll let you take the lead. Go ahead, Grump.
You still in the lead. I'm down 5 games from you, so you're still the
man. For the weekend, you went 9 wins, 3 losses, and
I
had 7 wins and 5 losses.
Yeah,
I lost that Missouri argument.
Yes, you did.
Bachmeyer that got his. Yeah, that was a good game, but Missouri,
Go ahead. Grump.
Missouri didn't score a damn touchdown until, it was 24-7 at halftime. I couldn't believe that the way they were playing. I guess I could, but it's just but Texas A&M, man, they are so damn strong. They are just such a well-oiled team, and they're going to be up there with regardless who's playing.
Well, we found something we agreed on over the weekend, and I think before that game was over with, and if you didn't watch it, you was wrong, and that was that Indiana-Penn State game, and I think me and Grump both were pulling for Penn State. That was such an emotional game, man. Did you see any of that, Steve?
Just a little bit. I mean, there were a half dozen games going, so I at that time of day, we were out at the uncle's house helping him, so.
Man, you missed a good game. If anybody didn't watch that game, you just missed it.
Well, it
was a good game.
That's the one I asked you going in there, Friday. I said, "Is this a trap game?" And you said, not really. And I guess did it almost turned out to be?
Yeah. It's Penn State. That team that played Indiana was the team they should have been all year. And I don't know, they kind of come back in the fourth quarter, down 3 touchdowns, Grump?
Yeah, and they just, they were just no stopping them. It was just, just a good game. I just couldn't believe how Penn State was just. I mean, they were doing everything right after they come back out of the, from halftime there, man. They went at it. I mean, they had, they went in, it was 17-10 and, at halftime, and then, come back. Indiana scored, they kicked a field goal and then, 7-10, I'm sorry, 17-7, I'm sorry. But Indiana kicked a field goal, and then, Penn State returned, they kicked a field goal, and then, fourth quarter they hit, 2 14 points. I mean, they were right on it. Scored 2 touchdowns and just pretty damn quick too. And it was just, I tell you, if they would have started out like that in the very beginning, Indiana would have, they'd be 8-1 right now.
Well, what really put the
or 9-1
icing on the cake was Indiana or Penn State had them down 24-20. Okay, and the last drive that Indiana got, and this quarterback just bought himself the Heisman Trophy. He pretty well, that was what they called his Heisman moment. The first play, Penn State knocked them back, I think about 10 or 15 yards to where they had like a 2nd and 20. And at that point, that quarterback with Indiana went to work and started picking them guys apart. And the receivers were just making some outstanding, difficult catches. And then it got down to that last play, and that receiver in the end zone had the awareness of it all where he was at. And he hit him, threw it up high enough that the receiver had to go up and get it. But when he come down, his left foot was in the end zone. And how he hung on to that ball is just beyond belief. And the TV announcers were just going ballistic. He was nuts. That one guy, he changed his pitch. It went from a deep voice to tenor?
Yeah,
he was screaming.
Like 8-year-old girl.
Yeah, that was funny.
Spider.
It was funny.
Yeah.
And they just kind of sucked you right in it. And even the Indiana coach, he was so emotional from the game that he about teared up there when they was doing an interview with him because he knew they walked out of there with luck. And it was just an overall good game. But it's like you said, me and Grump, I listened to the playback. And, it's going to be an easy win for Indiana. Boy, that was everything but an easy win.
I don't think Indiana would expected any of that, man. They were like, what the hell is going on here, And, they weren't impressive at all. I mean, even the way they were running the ball, throwing the ball, everything. They just looked like a mediocre team, not like a 9-0 team. And you know, when Penn State started really coming back, I was like, me and Ed was talking. I was like, damn, I don't know who I'm for anymore. You know,
Yeah,
like, you know,
I was pulling for Penn State. I thought, man, come on, boy. And but that was a game where both teams left it all out on the field. And that's the way football should be played.
Yeah.
And there was quite a few games that were just went to overtime or field goal games. And so
California, Louisville, that was a shocker too. California come out just 5-4, and I didn't think Louisville was in Louisville. I didn't think they was going to have that much of a problem with them, and they wound up losing. And 29, California had 29, Louisville 26, and that went into overtime, and that was a good game. But we didn't really see any bad games. The only bad game I saw was BYU. That damn Tank, he ran out of gas somewhere along the way. Texas Tech just wore his big butt out. And, that just, I don't know. It was just a good game. I mean, it really was. Watching Texas Tech work was just amazing to me.
With that BYU loss, Steve, that throws Cincinnati in the hunt.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Wow. Cincinnati, they're in control of their own destiny. They can get into the playoffs if they'll play it out, because they got Arizona this weekend, which they should get past Arizona. And then they got BYU, and then their last game will be TCU, which they should take. But what it's going to be is going to come down right now between Cincinnati and BYU, who's going to play Texas Tech for the Big 12 championship. Now, if Cincinnati was to win it all out, they're in as a Big 12 champion. But they got to win it all out. They got 3 games. They got to win them all.
Okay. They got their work cut out for them.
But then they will have to play Tech for the Big 12 champion. So actually, it's 4 games they have to win out. They can do it. It's not beyond their scope of reality if they'll just show up and play ball. So they're in control of their own destiny right now. Because BYU might get, if they win out, they might get another shot at Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship. So
yeah, it would be them two if they went out, because Cincinnati has 2 more losses or 1 more loss than BYU.
Right.
I think they do. But
right.
I got on my bet
Cincinnati has to play. They have to play for it. But if they win out playing for it, they'll get in.
Yeah.
So there's hope there.
And we got 3 more games, or is it 2 more games?
3 more weeks. 3 more weeks, then we got the Army-Navy game.
Yeah, and then rankings come out again on Tuesday. But I was kind of ticked at BYU, man. I ain't kidding you. I picked 20 games and on my betting site to win. Out of the and I don't always, like I said, pick the same games that I'm picking here. Because I may look at something else, but I usually do the betting later, and I'll look at some of the stuff. But I had 20 games on there. I lost the Tulane, and I lost BYU. Got 18 of them right. If I'd have hit 20, that'd have been $56,000.
Wow.
I was like, hey, you got to be kidding me. I mean, it's just, on some of them I was taking the spread and stuff, and it was just, it didn't really matter. Hell, it was $20 bet, $20 here and there ain't gonna kill me. But it was just good football.
Memphis' loss goes what they call the group of 5, and that's these lower tier conferences. It throws now South Florida, North Texas, and then some even say James Madison into the mix of making the playoffs. Depends. It'll get down to their strength of schedule. But right now, the favorite is leaning towards South Florida and Texas Tech, which I think, North Texas, which I think South Florida's already beat North Texas. Am I right, Graham?
Yes, I think they did beat them. As a matter of fact, what was it? Week 3, I think.
Yeah.
If I'm
so
not mistaken,
that would throw South, but they still got to play. Whoever finishes out with the record, they're going to look at the record, but I think South Florida holds the edge. And I'm thinking out of that group of 5, that the 2 best teams will play for a championship to get into the playoff, if I'm understanding that right. That's how you'll get one of these lower class conference teams into the playoff picture.
Yeah,
Are you with me?
They didn't just beat Texas Tech or North Texas. They stomped them. It was 63-36, and I was like, "Oh, whoa, yeah, that was just a." Let's see here. Yeah, it was about.
Memphis hurt. They hurt their chances. But Tulane, I don't think they even got a chance of getting in there. But both those coaches were, like I was telling Grump, they're auditioning for a bigger school to go to. So those 2 coaches will probably get picked up by one of these bigger schools. I'd be surprised if they don't. So but their team, Memphis, their quarterback got banged up real bad. And, hats off to him. He hung in there. Got him playing on a bum ankle. If his ankle hadn't been bad, that may have been a different outcome. But it hindered his mobility, so that kind of hurt him.
Yeah, that was kind of a shocker there with with Tulane, the way they played and everything. I didn't have much faith in Tulane, playing Memphis, because Memphis has just been, they was 8-1 right on the spot, man. I mean, they've been playing some hellacious ball. But yeah, as soon as he was hobbling around there, that pretty much did it. It was like Missouri. Missouri just couldn't get it together. They had a couple of and them damn receivers from A&M, with Marcel Reed, quarterback there. He was hitting just dead on, man. They were making catches that you see in the pros. I was like, I can't believe this. But it was just good week, man. It was just a good weekend of football. I sat there and watched my 4 games at once and stuff, and I was kind of surprised that Navy didn't do as good as they did against Notre Dame. I mean, Notre Dame, they're a strong team anyway. I mean, they just plus playing at home, but Navy, they just couldn't get it together. They were like LSU, and for me, Alabama's another team to watch, in the SEC, because they're just power. I mean, they're just doing things that just you're sitting there. Yeah, even though they only had 20 points against it was relatively a low scoring game, but damn, they kept penalties down. They were just playing some good ball, and I don't know. It's gonna be a come down to.
Well, they got to face up against Oklahoma this weekend, and Oklahoma, if their offensive output, in other words, if they play the same offensive game against Oklahoma, there's a good possibility they'll get beat.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think so too. I think and then they got Missouri coming up. That's the 22nd, I think, of I think it's around in there. Let's see here.
I know. No, the 20th or 22nd. Yeah. I think Missouri plays Oklahoma.
Yeah, yep. That's what I was saying. Missouri plays on the 22nd there, and then
I think they finished out with LSU.
Yeah, they still got Mississippi State and then Arkansas, which but yeah, they're going to have their. That's Missouri. Oklahoma's. I think Oklahoma. If Mateer's on and everybody's in sync, I think they can take Alabama down there pretty good. But man, like I said, it's going to be a chore. Them boys are playing some good football. Their defense is what surprised me. I mean, their pass coverage is just unbelievable. I mean, if they're not intercepting, they're slapping it down. And was it Missouri threw 3 interceptions? Was it? or 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think it was 4.
Yeah, because that kid, he's Zollers. Zollers. He's just I don't know. He's excited, I guess, and he's just he's too fast on the ball. He's not looking where he's throwing it the way he should, and just watching him, he needs to scramble around a little bit more where he can get a little bit better position where he can get that ball off and get it to his guy once in a while instead of somebody else's. But I don't know. I'd say Missouri. They got a tough next couple of weeks, and it's going to be hard for them to get anywhere. But I'm still pulling for Texas A&M. I think they just watching that Marcel Reed. Here's a 185-pound quarterback, trotting around there. That kid he's fast. He's got a hell of an arm. He just got his eyes open. He sees things, and he's putting the ball where it needs to be. So we'll see.
Are we gonna see any shake up in week number 2 of the BCS rankings? Anything big going to change there, or what do you expect?
Yeah, there's going to be some changes just because of the losses and with Memphis losing, and so there's going to be some changes.
Okay,
just how big, I don't know how big, but there will be some changes.
Gotcha.
Well, if they keep, if everything keeps going the way it's going to remain fluid up until, up
the
to
last
the playoffs.
Week, really.
I mean, yeah, it's just crazy right now.
The attitude of the players going out there, like I said, the parity is so even across the field. And just by proving so many of these games that went into overtime or come down to the last seconds with a field goal, there can still be some big time upsets. You may have a 7-5 team in the dang playoff. It might get down to the strength of schedule because they're going to be beating each other up so dang bad.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing etched in stone. And just based on the Indiana play and Ohio State, they've still got Michigan out there in front of them. So, there still can be some upsets, which could change up the apple cart, So it's not over it's not going to be over until that last week. But that's what made the football season so great, of the play out there on the field. Just because your team loses don't mean they're a bad team, So, there's plenty of good football left. It's plenty to be excited about. But you got to be a lover of football.
Indiana's only got 2 more teams, 2 more games, and they're already sitting at 10. So they've got 2 more games. There's one of them early games that started. I got Wisconsin. They got Purdue, and then they're.
Did Purdue play the first half? Didn't they hold, or weren't they ahead like a 3 to?
Yeah,
3-0.
Yeah, they were. They were going to town on Ohio State there for a little while. I mean, they were just playing good ball. I mean, 34-10 was what the score, ended up being. But yeah, they didn't mess around. They, and that team's got, if they had some good coaching and had a little bit of that money coming in there, hell, I think they'd be a good contender. But they were giving Ohio State right there in the very beginning all they can handle. I thought, this ain't going to be good. Hell, they better get going here. But it's and another team that really, Auburn, man, I'd like seeing Auburn doing better. They've always, every game they've played their heart out. They've took it all the way down. It's just they've had some bad calls, that's got them, where they are at 4-5. Well, they're 4-6 now after that loss with Vanderbilt. But they gave Vandy all they could handle, man. That was just a good, tight game. So I don't know. You know, like I said, it's going to be anybody's guess who's going to make it. I'm still going with Ohio State and Texas A&M in the championship game. I think they both got the juice to go. But just looking at what's going on, and after Penn State, I hated that, man. I really did. You know, it just looks like anybody could win. I mean, it's just any given Saturday, I guess whoever shows up.
You took the words out of my mouth. That's been the narrative, right? You just never know. Any given Saturday, Sunday, whatever day, any given day. All right, so we're up to the news break, and I wanted to ask you about our boy Josh Malloy. How about those power rankings of all those country artists breaking into the top 50, moving up? But first, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate negotiators have reached a deal to fund the government through January 30th, signaling the shutdown could end soon. The plan would reverse Trump's firings of federal employees, protect them in the future, and ensure that SNAP benefits continue through 2026.
We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really prisoners, illegals that come to the country. And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending.
The Senate is expected to vote again tonight. Then the bill would go to the House and the President for approval. President Trump says a tariff dividend of at least $2,000 a person will be paid to Americans.
As the U.S. Supreme Court weighs the legality of President Trump's sweeping tariffs, in a social media post, the president says the payments would be for everyone except high-income people. The High Court heard arguments last week after agreeing to fast-track the case. In his post, Trump also took aim at those who are against the tariffs, calling them fools. The tariffs will stay in place until the court makes a decision. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
President Trump reportedly says he wants his name on something new for him.
His name is festooned across casinos, buildings, and golf courses, but no stadiums. President Trump is apparently interested in having the Washington Commanders' new stadium named after him. ESPN reports White House officials officials endorsed the idea publicly, calling Trump Stadium a fitting tribute to his role in the project. This follows congressional approval that transferred control of the RFK site to D.C. leadership. The new venue is slated to open in 2030 as part of a nearly $4 billion redevelopment plan between the team and the district. I'm Rob Martier.
Cleveland Guardians pitchers Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase have been indicted for allegedly throwing games to benefit a sports betting scheme dating back to May 2023. Ortiz has been arrested. Clase remains free. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator spinoff, Takedown, helped police nab 9 suspected pedophiles across Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. In one sting, Gaithersburg man Tyler DeVault showed up to meet a decoy teen and was arrested for soliciting a minor. Another suspect, Nicholas Fountain, runs daycare centers. Arrest will air this winter on True Blue. Fire officials say a veteran FDNY member suffered a medical episode and died on Saturday while fighting a fire at a Brooklyn apartment building.
Firefighter Patrick Brady was on the building's roof when officials say he went into cardiac arrest. He died a short time later at Brookdale Hospital. FDNY Chief John Esposito spoke at a news conference about Brady and his sacrifice.
His loss, it's a tremendous loss, obviously, for his fire company, the fire department, and the city as a whole. Please pray for Patrick Brady's family.
Purple and black bunting was put up in Brady's honor outside the Brooklyn Firehouse, where he'd served since 2022. I'm Larry Kofsky.
Virginia Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger says her state is headed towards an energy crisis without major policy change. She appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
It's the chaos coming out of Washington that has been impacting Virginians so severely, beginning with the DOGE efforts, of course, continuing with chaotic trade policies, and now in this government shutdown.
Spanberger says data centers are driving up power costs and must pay their fair share, while she pushes to boost Virginia's own energy production. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
And just like that, we close out the weekend. Settle in, back to the old grind. Here comes a Monday. Turn the page on the calendar. 10th day of November, from time zone to time zone. A Monday. And yes, a sudden taste of winter-like weather across the eastern half of the nation this week. Big surge of Arctic air dropping in out of Canada. And this one has some penetrating power reaching all the way to the Gulf Coast. Yeah, I'll give you more on that coming up here. And today is also an anniversary day, as Captain Ron last hour mentioned, the 250th anniversary of the Marines, but it was actually half a century ago. One of the worst maritime disasters in U.S. history unfolding in Lake Superior. The SS Edmund Fitzgerald sinking on this date. And I'm thinking, some of those stormy conditions that they endured on that date 50 years ago, maybe some similar conditions here on this day, with the winds howling across the Great Lakes, generating big waves with the cold air and the lake effect snow machine. Yeah, more on that all coming up here. All right, first let me get back with Grump Big Ed here. Yeah, talking some football, but I wanted to ask Ed, how about Josh Malloy breaking into the top 50?
Boy, ain't that some heady numbers, man?
Yeah.
I mean, he's right up there with George Strait. He talked like he was going to grow his hair back out. Did you see that?
I saw that post the other day. Yeah, I've got to grow my hair back out and take country music by storm.
Yeah, I think Josh liked that long hair look, that outlaw look.
Yeah.
But I think Mama had a little. I think Mama, that was one of them Mama things. She don't really care for that long hair, but hey, he's in the business and he knows his business, and she's laid back enough. She'll try. She doesn't really. She don't interfere with any of his business. But he does try to get home quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just like today, I thought, I was going to have to go to Florida and pick him up because he couldn't get a flight out because of all the shutdowns and what have you.
Wow.
And because he tries to, after a concert and what have you, he'll usually fly out, and his band's out there ahead of him, or they're riding on the bus, and we talked a couple of times about me being a bus driver, and it's like I told him, sorry, Josh, I don't have that kind of energy to keep up with you guys. You guys just, you've been to one of his concerts.
Yep.
That takes a lot of energy to do what they do. And Josh is so down to earth. He is a real down to earth young man. He's the kind of guy that ain't going to forget where he come from. And he's writing more music. I do know that.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't at liberty to say what. But he got a good knack for putting the words out there that people want to hear. So, yeah, he's still got a little climbing to do, but there's no doubt in my mind he's going to get to the top. If he says he's going to the top, he's going to the top. He's got a game plan. So, people that ain't never met Josh, you'd be real surprised if you met him. You'd think you knowed him all your life. He just that down there to a fella, and he don't put on airs, and it's like I told him, stay the hell out of politics. Don't even get involved in politics. Be like Elvis Presley. Just hey, that ain't my avenue. That ain't my lane of travel, and let those people do their jobs, and I'm just out there entertaining the fans, and that's the way it needs to be done.
Good advice. Yeah.
So I do advise him that. Stay out of politics, Josh. Somebody asks you a stupid question about politics, you say, hey, that's out of my lane of travel, my lane of expertise. I'm just out here entertaining the fans. And that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Because there ain't nothing that burns me up as some lousy entertainer trying to tell me how I should be living my life. I don't need to. I mean, you know how it is. I don't have to preach about it. So, but yeah, we're real proud of him. But he did get on an airplane and finally, and he should be home as we're speaking. I know he's wanting to call in. It's just finding the time.
Right.
To do it.
Yeah, we got to get an update from him. I mean, but it's difficult.
Next time I see him, I'll tell. Because last time I went, we celebrated his birthday here a couple of weeks ago, and he told me, "Hey, tell Steve I hadn't forgotten about him. I'll try to call in."
Yeah.
So I see him again. I should see him over the holidays, so I'll hit him up again. It's just when he's at home, he likes his little private time with his wife and his girls. So
sure.
But then at the same time, if he's up working late at night on a song, then try to catch him and get him called in. So that's my take on Josh Malloy.
There you go. All right. Any final words?
Did you see? Did you see his sweet '65 Mustang he bought?
I did. Yep.
Buddy, that is a fun, sweet car. Now he'll come driving through the neighborhood. I'll be out there on the front porch, and he'll rev that up, come blowing by here. He knows I love that car.
Yeah.
I slobber on it every time I get close to it. Well, I know we got off football, but it's like I say, I may not know it all, but I do know my football. But right now, Grump, this week, he kind of put me in my place. So, Grump, I'm looking forward to this coming weekend.
Yeah, well, we're kind of getting closer to picking the same games. I mean, it's we got a couple upsets or a couple of different picks and stuff, but it's coming down to the wire. It's going to be harder, though, I think, here pretty soon to decide.
Well, yeah, it's like I say, we'll pick out the season. Then we got to do the Army-Navy game out of respect, and then we'll back off and not do the bowl games because they're just going to be so far apart and spread out.
Yeah.
And then we'll pick back up when the playoff starts, and so, and it depends on who's playing who, and like I say, you're only 5 games behind. So, but you hold that hammer over my head with Ohio State, but I think Texas A&M, which I'll give you. Hey, if you want to change, I'll let you say. I'll take A&M, and then I'll take Ohio State. So.
I just think that right there when it comes to the final two, it's going to be Texas A&M and Ohio State.
Right, but just remember, A&M is going to be my saving grace. If they make it to, I'm going to pick.
Yeah.
So
they
we'll find out.
Grace yesterday, though.
Well,
rub my nose in that Missouri pick. You said, who in the hell pick goes against their own team? Okay.
Man, I didn't care if I lost all the games. I wanted to win that one. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. You was right there analyzing that, and right spot on. But man, I hope everybody enjoys this, Steve. I don't mean Grump does. And pray that you enjoy it. Pray that the listeners enjoy it. But tell the Cincinnati fan base to get behind their team because they control their own destiny. And based on everything that I looked at and seen the experts talking about, it's going to come down to Cincinnati and BYU, who's going to play Texas Tech for the Big 12 championship.
Good deal.
So, like I say, I don't know it all, but I know my football. And we do thank y'all. Talk at you later.
All right. Thank you much, Big Ed.
Sure.
There you go. All right, Grump. Well, good to have you with us as well as Tippy. You out there rolling tonight? You moving freight?
Yeah, I'm taking my empty trailer back up to Schuyler, Nebraska, and I got to pick a loaded one up and come right back down. I do this run here just pretty much every night. Pretty much 5 nights a week, and then the turnaround, my pre-pass is going off here, acting like a fool. But there's been a lot of things going on in the political side here. It looked like 9 senators jumped ship, which they should have done a long time ago. You get that bill signed. I don't know. it still looks like it's going to be a slap down there. You know, I can't believe how politics has just changed, you know, the landscape of everything, Steve. It's just, you know, they got this idiot Jeffries, and, you know, Schumer's worried about his job, but he's what, 82? Why worry about a job when you're 82? Go home. You know, Bernie Sanders was in there, crashed his little party, and, you know, here's somebody that's 85 and never worked a job a day in his life. You know, does people not see that? I mean, it's just, you got this socialist that's, you know, just got elected out there, and it's funny, they can't key in on the fact that all these socialists and everybody that's preaching socialism and things, they want to be the ones that's in the leadership position so they can tell you how everything goes. And it just, I don't know. I think they're going to get a dose of reality. And, you know, honestly, the way the demographics has changed in New York, I bet this Mandani or whatever the hell his name is, I bet he does 2 terms there. I bet he'll do an 8-year stint there as mayor. But hey, you know, that's their deal, buddy. If they want that fool, they can have him. I mean, that's just they're going to find out real fast that you know, they're going to have to give up blood and treasure to that moron, you know, just so he can you know, give it to somebody that don't deserve it.
They may
we'll see how it goes.
Buyer's remorse may be the coming term, right? Buyer's remorse.
I think so. I think it's going to be pretty good there. Yeah, and you got AOC up there. You know, she's just giddy about the fact, you know, and I agree with John Kennedy, you know, Senator Kennedy, that, you know, she's the reason why they put the directions on shampoo bottles. You know, that girl is dumber than a damn rock, you know, and just some of the things that rolls out of her mouth, but yet she's supposed to be the leader of that party. I guarantee you that she'll run for president. I guarantee it.
Wow.
She thinks that she is so exciting, you know, and everything, and they, you know, when you step back and you look at the voting block that they're in, you know, it's 18 to 20%, and of the voters, you know, that's about what looks in, and that's all young people right there. You know, it's amazing how when these young people grow up a little bit more and they realize that they got to, you know, withhold taxes out of their paychecks and stuff like that they start leaning a little bit more toward the conservative side. They start wanting a little bit more of that money. But as long as they're, you know, these young kids that they are today, you know, wanting everything free. They want free medical. They want all this stuff and babysitting and things like that. You know, they want free, you know, child care. And, you know, I don't know. You know, we don't have any kids and, you know, that's young anymore, you know. And I sure as hell don't have to have my taxes jacked up to take care of somebody else's kids. You know, I've just always looked at that as, you know, they're your kids, your responsibility. And you know, I can understand helping single moms and you know, the people that just absolutely needs help with some food and stuff like that. But it's amazing that, you know, I had a little bit of discussion today, Steve, with a couple of people that one of them works at one of the fast food restaurants here in the town I live in, and the some guy come in and he ordered a bag full of damn hamburgers and all kinds of stuff, and the girl ran his card twice, and it come up insufficient funds. Well, he's known for that because he raises such hell in there when he does that they usually wind up just giving him his food. Mm-hmm. And one of them that commented about that was they should have just gave him the food and let him go on about his way. And my comment is, no, they should have thrown it in the damn trash and then stomped on it. You know, it's businesses can't do that. When people catch on to the fact, and that's what's happened to our government, is that the more they whine about things, the more they get. And it's the same way with food in fast food places and stuff like that. You know, people would have been showing up there every day when word got out that, hey, all you got to do is go in there and throw a fit and they'll give you your food for nothing. Mm-hmm. That's how businesses go broke. You know, they have to make money. And when you start seeing that, and when people start seeing that and saying, well, it ain't going to do me any good to go here, and try to get this free meal because they're just going to throw it away. I might order it, but I wouldn't give them a damn thing until until it's paid for anyway. If you can't put the bill, then, especially in places like that. But it's just, I think that's where our problem lies, so much in this country anymore, is just the simple fact that we haven't had these checks and balances. We've just been this kind-hearted soul to give out money to, and without checking, and that's got to stop, man. That's got to stop, and then, well, let me get your opinion on this $2,000 thing that Trump's wanting to give people from the tariffs. What do you think about that?
I saw that yesterday. I mean, I have not seen what is the price tag on that. I don't know that the tariffs are generating that much money. $2,000 per, isn't that like $1 trillion or something? Yes, it's a phenomenal amount of money. And my view on it is, and I sent a little note off to my congressman and both my senators, was, why aren't you fighting just that tariff money to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, since it's been raided so many times, and they say there's not really a Social Security Trust Fund anymore. It's just it's just allotted money, but it ought to be built up to the fact that if you want every citizen to have money, then when they get to that status, when they get to that age, where they're relying on their Social Security or they're getting paid their Social Security since they've paid in so much over the years, that ought to be a reward to them. To that group, instead of just giving $2,000 out to somebody that's just going to go out here and that's going to blow it on whatever, and and it's going to be hard as hell to account for all that money. I mean, look what COVID happened. Look after COVID on the PPP loans. People went nuts with that. They had billions and billions of dollars of fraud in that, and they're still looking at that. They haven't recouped $1 of that money that was fraudulently taken. And this is going to happen with this. It's the same way with the earned income credit. There's supposedly like $12 billion worth of fraud in the earned income credit, where people are reporting their dogs as kids and things like that without having, without showing a birth certificate. And it's just, it's just one of these things where when it's caught up to, well, we won't give you your earned income credit next year, which they do. I was reading an article on that, and I thought that, the fraud is just so thick in this government, and because they've allowed that to happen, and all that earned income credit is just an income redistribution. It takes it from me or you and hardworking people, and it gives it out. Hell, I'd rather pick who I wanted to give my money to, if it come down to that choice, saying, well, instead of paying this in for earned income credit, would you like to donate this? Yeah, hell yeah. Let me give it to, St. Jude's or somebody. But we've just allowed this to happen. Like I said, the tax code's 86,000 pages long. Who in the hell has that? If it's stacked up, it's, you need a 8-foot step ladder to get up to read the top page of it. It's ridiculous. And that's what Trump and I think people need to be concentrating on, and they need to be talking about it. That and the health care. I thought we learned
that.
Did we not learn the lesson with all the COVID stimulus, what it caused? I mean, that was the culprit of inflation skyrocketing, was all that free money being divvied out. And Trump's trying to tamper down. He's trying to control inflation. He'd be setting the stage to see another surge in prices.
And I spouted my mouth off about this, about the filibuster. I think, I always thought that the filibuster should have been used as a nuclear option just to get a budget passed where it's a clean resolution, nothing else in it. But the more I see and the more I read about what the Democrats are wanting to do, they're wanting to get amnesty passed as fast as they possibly can.
Yep.
They're wanting to bring everybody that he sent out back into the country. to be adjudicated and all this other crap. To me, I think if that's the case, I don't know how in the hell they would get it passed. It would probably have to go through the Supreme Court on, or something. I'm sure something would happen, but I'm kind of thinking that maybe it is time to burn down and if they did that and get voter laws passed, that while we got a friendly Supreme Court that's going to be upheld, and get that. I don't think the Democrats would stand a damn chance, in elections after that, because they're just such criminals. It's just I don't know. I had to sit there and think about that for a little bit. I thought, maybe it's not such a bad idea to get rid of that damn thing while the getting's good, and try to get as many bills passed as they possibly can into law, so that that we can make this country a little bit more legitimate instead of the fraud that we're seeing every day. So I guess that's the way it is. But you had a caller there who was talking to, that I called you last week, Aaron. He talked about I can't remember exactly what it was. Something about the Supreme Court's not listed. I was talking about Article 3 of the of the Constitution. That when I should have said that, but I didn't. But that's something right there that they were wanting to change on that they were wanting to get rid of, is Article 3 on confirmations. They wanted, that whoever's in power pick their number, and if there's 13, 15, 19, whatever it is, setting on the Supreme Court, then that's what they wanted. That's what that dingbat AOC and a couple others was talking about, that it should be the people in power. Well, if you got 19 people or 15 or whatever on the Supreme Court that's going to, majority of them's going to be friendly toward the bunch that put them there, then every damn thing there would be no two sides anymore. It would just be one-sided. And so that's kind of what I was thinking about. They need to keep Article 3 intact. And Ted Cruz actually, I think he actually put forth a bill that would lock in the 9 justices, and hell, nobody would vote on it. I think the Republicans were the only ones that voted on it. Democrats are, they're not at all
adamantly against it. And I got to hit my news break here, Grump. Thank you for chiming in, though. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It looks like the government shutdown may finally be coming to an end. A procedural Senate vote is underway, with CNN reporting that Senate negotiators have reached an agreement to fund the government through January 30th of next year. The news would mark a key indication that the government shutdown may soon come to an end. A source tells CNN the Senate is expected to vote tonight, and that there are enough Democrat votes to move the plan forward. The deal reportedly will include a reversal of President Donald Trump's firings of federal employees, as well as provisions to prevent such actions in the future. It also will ensure that food stamps are funded through the fiscal year 2026. Again, reporting tonight, a procedural Senate vote underway. CNN says there are enough Democrat votes to bring the shutdown to an end. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let's bring you up to speed. We'll take you back through our Sunday evening, of course, where the work was coming down. We may have enough Democrats to strike a deal. Indeed, the vote taking place Sunday evening, angering many in their own caucus who wanted this fight to go on, but the group of 3 former governors, New Hampshire's Senator Jeanne Shaheen, New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan, Independent Senator Angus King of Maine, voting to reopen if the Senate passed 3 annual spending bills and extended the rest of government funding till late January. Majority Leader John Thune endorsed the deal Sunday night, calling for an immediate vote. Begin the process of getting this done. So this deal, it includes a future vote on the health care subsidies. There is not a guaranteed outcome of that. And there's also a reversal of the mass firing of federal workers that's happened since the shutdown began. I guess they'll be getting their jobs back, according to that. We needed 5 Democrat votes to reopen the government. In addition to Shaheen, King, and Hassan, Tim Kaine of Virginia, which is the home to millions of federal workers, after meeting for over 2 hours discussing the proposal, the Democrats, that is. Chuck Schumer came out and said he could not in good faith support it, stating, and this is the laughable part, America is in the midst of a Republican-made health care crisis. Someone explained to him what Obamacare is. Was there Republican support? That was the Democrats across the board. So the vote takes place 60-40 indeed. This is the first step now. It's going to take a couple days, if I understand correctly. Democrats have a commitment from the administration to rehire those government workers, and the promise of a floor vote sometime next month in December on legislation to extend the expiring Obamacare tax credits. That's been the crux, essentially, of the shutdown from the get-go. In the end, 8 members of the Democrat caucus voted Sunday night to advance the House-passed stopgap, which is being used as a vehicle for the larger funding deal. This paves the way for consideration this week of a legislative package that would fund the Department of Agriculture and the Food and Drug Administration, as well as the Department of Veterans Affairs and military construction projects, and the operations of Congress for all the current fiscal year, the product of months of negotiations. All other agencies would then be funded through January the 30th. Still needed to pass the House before the government can be reopened. After 40 long days, Majority Leader John Thune said, I'm hopeful we can bring this shutdown to an end. All right, the breakthrough, 40 days after the shutdown and the consequences becoming more dire with each passing day, we know. Legal confusion over the distribution of the SNAP assistance. The decision to cancel thousands of flights out of major airports to relieve overworked, unpaid air traffic controllers. As part of the deal, Democrat negotiators agreed to ensure at least 8 members of their caucus would approve procedural motions to advance the government funding package. Sunday's vote, though, sends a strong signal that Republican leaders now have the necessary support to pass legislation that ends the longest shutdown in history. Progressives, meanwhile, are warning privately they're not going to yield back all the time required before a final passage vote. This is going to be like their last act of resistance that could delay the shutdown for several more days. Leaders are also watching Senator Rand Paul, who's threatened to hold up passage due to a policy dispute. But the Senate, however, is expected to leave for a previously scheduled week-long recess as soon as it can clear the funding package for the House. And that's kind of an incentive not to hold up the process. Democrats will also get to determine what bill providing what extension receives a vote. The shutdown agreement guarantees federal employees laid off during the shutdown are rehired, and federal employees receive their back pay. It would require agencies to give written notice to Congress about the withdrawal of the layoff notices that have been issued during the funding lapse, plus details on the amount of back pay that would be owed. Okay, it would as well prevent some future firings with a blanket protection on reductions in force in any department or agency until at least January 30th. All right. Bringing us up to speed, moving forward. It's not like you flip a light switch and everything gets back to normal, but I guess you could say there's some light at the end of that tunnel. Finally, right? Well, good morning, Captain Steve. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Horse Feathers.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, how you doing this morning, Your Honor?
Yeah, here we are, back in the saddle.
Yeah. There you go. So, yeah, you touched on the major thing I was going to call in for there was the 50th anniversary there of the loss of the Edmund Fitzgerald. And I guess if people don't know the history or want to learn about the history, there's I guess if you call it a documentary, there's a show that's been made about, I believe it possibly is on Fox coming up. Seen a couple advertisements for it and didn't pay quite enough attention to it. Probably should do better show prep there and write things down and remember them better. But there's a show coming up and they're going to discuss kind of what happened and how the Arthur Anderson and the Edmund Fitzgerald there they were sailing pretty much a side by side course. And there's actually talk that the Edmund Fitzgerald might have gotten closer to an island and may have actually run aground a little bit. So I don't know. We'll have to see what their findings are in it. They're teasing a lot on it to try to get people to come watch. So we'll have to see what the facts are when they get the show going there. So anyway, has Pappy been out there with the devil's lettuce? I mean, it's 51 degrees here. What is he talking about? He can't be seeing white stuff coming out of the sky at 51 degrees.
I'm looking at 28 out the secret mucker, and we're sending it your way.
Yeah, I hear you. So I don't know if it comes while we still got this wet stuff coming down. It's going to be pretty drastic here because we've had plenty of this white stuff, and actually there was apparently some unsettled atmosphere because right about 8 o'clock out here we had some major thunderstorms rolling through. So anyways, that was a kind of an interesting thing there to all of a sudden you hear a great big crash outside the house, and it's like, what the heck was that? Because we didn't see any flash. So, but anyways, so yeah, we got some definitely unsettled weather moving through the area. So everything out this way is all good and wet and staying in water, and of course anywhere you got wet and all these leaves coming down here, that's kind of a slippery situation in a lot of spots. So we don't even need the white stuff and to be lower than 51 degrees. We got slippery roads, Your Honor. So, anyways, did hear a couple scores there from the professional football there, and I see Atlanta had to go all the way to Germany to lose. Couldn't they have lost in Atlanta just as easy as going all the way to Germany?
Seems like that'd have been a little more efficient.
Yeah, exactly. And what happened to the Buffalo Bills, Your Honor? I mean, they screwed up the Miami Dolphins being able to easily get the number 1 draft pick. How'd they do that?
Right.
And I don't know. It sounds like Pittsburgh there. It sounds like their up and down season is continuing. I mean, they're leading the record, leading the season records in a couple things, and then playing the Chargers last night, they couldn't score more than 3 points. So I guess Aaron Rodgers, I know he had at least 1, maybe 2 interceptions, and just I don't know. It's just the old guys are starting to show their age a little bit. And speaking of old guys, what is it? Is it Matt Stafford? Is that the guy that, I don't know, back in the 1940s or something, played for the Detroit Lions and been around the league a little bit? But he had his 400th touchdown reception pass or something? It was 400 for something. I kind of missed it. But maybe you can check out that. And then, of course, yesterday we lost Paul Tagliabue. Is that the former NFL commissioner there? He passed yesterday. 84 years old.
I did not even catch that. No, didn't even see that yet.
Yeah, that was one of the reports there in the when I was kind of half listening to the game in the evening there last night. Wasn't anything else to that. That's pretty bad when there wasn't that much else on the radio to listen to that I actually switched over to listen to football. But I always was a black and gold fan there from the mid '70s. Something about that steel curtain was just awesome to watch. I imagine you people out there in Cincinnati weren't real impressed with that steel curtain coming to town, but you had them, and you had Rocky Bleier and Franco Harris and Terry Bradshaw handing the ball off to him when he didn't send it down the field to Stallworth or Lynn Swan. What better team could you have had at that time, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess they showed with 4 Super Bowl wins, didn't they? Anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot else other than that. Haven't heard a whole lot about trucking over the weekend. Did that Veterans Parade on Saturday there. Went actually through a VA administration hospital area and everything. So we covered a lot of ground, and I didn't realize the VA facility was as big as it was there. It's in Cecil County there. It's just on the north side of the Susquehanna River in a little town called Perryville. But it's a big facility, a big compound. There's on-site housing and everything, and so I was pretty surprised. But you definitely have to be security clearance to get in. They got guard shack there and everything, so you can't just go in and visit if you want to. But anyways, we did a car show after that, and I guess the car club is going to hold on to the money, and their plan is to try to get a hold of the VA and work it out that they can actually do a cookout, maybe get somebody to come in, one of the smoking type people, that does, the barbecue or stuff like that, and get a piece of meat and smoke and barbecue, and a few other food trucks that maybe will donate, and go in and actually have a picnic with the veterans, and go in and have a car show and let the veterans that are there be able to come out and see the cars, but have a full cookout and have it all covered by the proceeds of the car show. So that's their plans that they're going to do with that. So it was all for a good day, all for a good cause, and I guess happy birthday to the United States Marines and all those good people that have helped us. And anyways, other than that, Your Honor, I guess we'll let you go and do your due diligence, and we're going to keep dodging raindrops. And I don't know, maybe we got to chop up a couple logs to toss on the fire by the sounds of it there.
You might need it at some point. Yeah, enjoy that. Where did you say you were? 51 degrees. Enjoy that, because it's going to disappear. Yeah, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and
efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hello to Buckeye Boy. Where are we at? Sweetwater, Texas. 43 degrees. Yeah, I think I said last week after the election, they'd get the government opened back up. All right. The agreement. 8 Democrats voting with all the Republicans, except, of course, scumbag Rand Paul. Had a good day of driving yesterday. Ended up leaving late Saturday, just in case I had a problem on the road that I should have to deal with. There we go. Buckeyes took care of business Saturday, but did not cover the spread. I hate it when it's such a big number, because after they get way ahead, they put the second and third teams in to get valuable experience and tend to give up points. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And hello to Chip. Now, this was about an hour and a half ago, heading back from Las Vegas, where obviously it was not cold, right? He's not looking forward coming back to the crappy weather here. You get ready for a shock when you get off that plane there, Chip. 28 degrees. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Kevin on board there. Sneakers 123. Great show. Thank you, Steve, and Hot Shot Secret. It's that first cold blast. Everybody be safe out there. Drummer Girl, what at 57 degrees? Just stopped raining in Northeast Philly. I'm not looking forward to the snow. Safe travels, everyone. Daniel, good morning from the Miles City, Montana tonight. 38 degrees. Wintertime feels like it's here. And how weird is that? You're 10 degrees warmer in Miles City, Montana than we are outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Hello all, and Mr. Milkshake here. Just wanted to wish the love of Miss Milkshake a very happy birthday today. Very good. Rubber Duck, what do you say? 8 inches or more already, but our mayor won't put the plows out till after 4 o'clock in the morning. He's one of those college-educated politicians who knows what's best for us. Yeah, northern Indiana and some of those lake-effect snow bands, why would they... If you've already got 8 inches on the ground and the roads are a mess, the hell's the what's the idea of waiting till 4 o'clock in the morning? Right. Okay. But yes, the sudden taste of winter. A reality check. The start of meteorological winter is rapidly approaching. And with it, the chances for not only a frost or a freeze, but some snowflakes. Yeah, this frigid pattern will stem from multiple dramatic southward plunges in the jet stream in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Yeah, pulling air masses all the way from Arctic origin south through Canada into the United States. Now, some of the coldest air since last spring or winter. End of the growing season for many that had yet to experience a hard freeze this fall. And we're talking all the way to the Gulf Coast here. Over the weekend, the cold air was already moving through the Midwest, the Plains, the Northeast. We saw highs 20s and 30s Saturday afternoon across the Dakotas in Minnesota. overnight tonight with the wind chill factors, temperatures tumbling into the teens and even single digits at times. Yeah, major departures from historical average on Monday. Cold conditions extending across Chicago, Detroit, Des Moines, Kansas City, Missouri, each remaining below the 40-degree mark during the day. Similar daytime temperatures coming your way from Monday will then reach portions of New York State and the Appalachian Mountains, while the daytime temperatures will be below 40 and even below freezing for some as the frigid air extends southward. You're looking toward an even deeper chill when the overnight hours roll in. A 24-hour temperature change from Sunday to Monday. Folks firing up the furnace, right? Power demand's going to increase sharply and risk to unprotected plumbing. Irrigation systems are going to arrive. If you haven't already, winterize your homes and businesses. Take measures to seal your drafty areas, insulate the pipes, drain those outdoor faucets ahead of the winter season. Additionally, ensure your home's primary heating source is working ahead before you have to utilize it in this cold weather. Tonight, Sunday night into Monday night, very low overnight temperatures will continue to creep southward through areas of the Mississippi Valley and the southeast. Even portions of the Florida Panhandle and coastlines will observe low temperatures in the 30s and 40s. Bundle up, folks. It's a taste of winter. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It looks like the government shutdown may be coming to an end. A procedural Senate vote is underway, with CNN reporting that Senate negotiators have reached an agreement to fund the government through January 30th of 2026. The news would mark a key indication that the government shutdown may soon come to an end. A source tells CNN the Senate is expected to vote, and there are enough Democratic votes to move the plan forward. Now, the deal will reportedly include a reversal of President Donald Trump's firings of federal employees, as well as provisions to prevent such actions in the future. It also will ensure that food stamps are funded through the fiscal year 2026. It could still be days before the government is open, even if Senate approves legislation tonight. Once a bill passes the Senate, it will have to go back to the House for final passage. Then it will head to President Trump's desk for signature. The whole process could take several more days to complete. But repeating, a procedural Senate vote is underway tonight that is supposed to bring an end to the government shutdown and fund the government through January 30th, 2026. It's been a tense weekend trying to get from point A to point B through the air with roughly 10,000 delays and over 2,700 cancellations at airports. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the government shutdown has caused most of this. The number of flight cancellations will keep growing, even if the government goes back to work. Airports impacted are the most larger ones, including Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson, Newark Liberty, and Chicago's O'Hare, even though airports around the country have felt the sting. Once again, our top story, reports are tonight the Senate will vote, and they have enough Democrat votes to possibly end the government shutdown. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
An Army colonel at Fort Leavenworth has been sentenced to 28 years in prison for sexually abusing children. 53-year-old Colonel Scott Newman was convicted in a court-martial after being acquitted in a separate civilian trial earlier this year. Police in Charleston, South Carolina say the body of a college student from New Jersey missing for over a week has been recovered.
Authorities say the death of 19-year-old Owen Kennedy of Tinton Falls has been ruled a suicide. His body was found in the water near Patriots Point, South Carolina, Saturday morning. Kennedy was reported missing on November 1st after last being seen by friends on Halloween night in an area near the College of Charleston where he was a student. Detectives say Kennedy took his own life by walking off the Ravenel Bridge pedestrian walkway. I'm Larry Kofsky, NBC News Radio.
A nationwide baby formula recall is being issued after babies in 10 states contracted botulism.
The FDA is warning parents that 13 babies got sick and needed to be hospitalized after drinking By Heart Whole Nutrition infant formula. Infant botulism is a rare illness that can be fatal, but the FDA says no deaths have been reported. The impacted states include New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Arizona, California, Illinois, Minnesota, Oregon, Rhode Island, Texas, and Washington. By Heart Whole Nutrition, based in New York, issued a voluntary recall for 2 different infant formula lots with December 1st, 2026 use-by dates. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour as we roll into a Monday. Email from Big John. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, got some of that white stuff out there blowing around. Everybody stay safe out there. 34 degrees here in Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Don't forget to grab some Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, time to start planning for the Hot Shot Secret Plus Winter Defense. Especially based on the trends we're seeing. More cold coming our way. Well, good morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Just backing in just a second. It's 24 degrees here in downtown Kansas City, Missouri, and it's a little bit nipply.
Yep.
Grump's head for Nebraska. I think I've seen where he's going to be favoring about 19 degrees, and I know he'll be enjoying that windshield. So shut that damn north door there, Grump. Yeah. Now, I got one for Grump. How about this? He threw up America's favorite girl to be the next Democratic leader, possibly 2028. How about throwing that damn whatever her name is, Jasmine Crockett, out of Texas into the RVP? That damn near be.
There's a team.
Vance would never. Yeah, just as soon as Grump said AOC, I was like, yeah, I'd throw this one on the wire. I mean, good grief, that would be the perfect gift wrap we could ever see. But, I full agreement. We do not need that $2,000 back. Hell, if anything, put it towards the deficit. It needs it more than we do, more than I do, I think. And I mean, so many things that it could go for it. Nah, I'm sorry. I bitched and raised hell back there during the virus when they were handing that money out like candy mints. And when it did go to some people, hell, at that time I was moving freight there at Target there to Huntsville, Alabama. I never did see that much toilet paper or water go out on a trailer. It was TV, stereos, and all the crap that they didn't need, and they were hollering, "Oh, we're out of food." So that's just where my standings are. But now, I don't know. It's absolutely pathetic, and I'll throw this one in. Trump, leave your damn name off that Commander Stadium. Just leave it.
Trump Stadium, right?
Forget it, please. But it don't come out until 2030. So, now where are we going to be? 2030? Hell, he could be dead and gone. God, I hope I'm wrong, but we don't need it. It don't serve its purpose, really. I don't see where it's doing a damn thing. But I ain't all that much educated. But I am asking for, there you go again, Grump, I need your education, please. With what I've been reading about New York City and Mandini, did I see where a whole bunch of his police officers are resigning and headed for ICE? Have you caught that?
I have seen there's been a trend. Yeah, I mean, there have been tens of thousands, or was it more than 100,000 people that have applied for jobs with ICE, I believe.
And a lot of them are looking to leave New York City PD because they don't affiliate with his likings and nor his ideas. But there, my question is, what, does not the police department serve as his security? Hell, he may be without a security force up there. I'm being very serious when I say that. And I'll say this about anybody. I don't like to see anybody get hurt in the deal. I just like to see them get the asses voted out. But, I don't know. Just kind of while I was bantering around in my head and looking at during them good football games that we had this weekend. But when it comes to Big Ed, I think Alabama will take it. But I think a lot of it is going towards where it's played at. And honestly, I'm not that happy with Alabama's quarterback. I was seeing a lot of, faces that he was making. Like he was almost lost on where is he going to put that next ball? Is he going to, whatever he's going to do with it? A lot of questions. And honestly, Ed, I'll tell you the truth, brother. Love you to death. But if we were playing that in Sooner Stadium, I think it would be a very hard game. And honestly, I think right now we're seeing the biggest fan momentum at the stadiums, like in Indiana, Penn State game. Whiteout situation. I think that 12th man on the field being the fans, I think it would have been a lot bigger game had it been played in Indiana. I don't know. I may be talking out of my ass when it comes to this, but and the one I would really like to have seen in overtime, Steve, you're going to kick my ass when I say this. I'm going to say something I've never had said. I was pulling for Auburn to beat Vandy. Damn it, I was. I mean, really, seriously, I was. And it was just, all of them was good games this weekend. But speaking of football and Auburn and all that, I talked to one of our old buddies the other day. He moved back to Alabama, Steve. Remember my little bitty Auburn brother, Randy? He moved back from Texas and went to turning ranches there in Alabama land and just loving it, being back in Alabama. He's close to his grandchildren. But, yeah, he's the one I was always bumping heads with. But one more thing. Talked to Red Meal, and I had him all jacked up. I was asking him if he wanted to put that truck on the road. Him and I started loading furniture, trying to move all these clowns and Wall Street out of New York City. But we came up with one we will move. We will move proudly the ancient bitch of D.C. Him and I'll pack her crap up and put it in his trailer, and we'll haul it to San Fran for her. Can you imagine Nancy Pelosi hanging up her girdle after this many years? I figured that she would die in there. But did you just happen to catch that one on the news?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's her net worth, she's made her money.
Yeah, and I forget which columnist said something about she was basically one in charge of the market. I forget how many percentage they said she made off of that off the stock market.
1987 to 2025, she went from 800 and something thousand to $133 million. The Republican strategist Scott Jennings kind of jokingly called Pelosi out late last week after her announcement of not seeking re-election. Nancy Pelosi repeatedly beat the S&P 500 by significant margins during her tenure in Congress. No kidding. He said President Trump should appoint Pelosi to lead the Social Security Administration because of her investing success. There were people who respected her legislative ability and being a political boss. I mean, she was the boss of her conference. And there is, for political operators, a lot of respect for that. I don't know how much we raised over the years off of sending out fundraising appeals based on Nancy Pelosi, but yeah, it was a metric button. I'm telling you right now, putting Nancy Pelosi in fundraising mail or fundraising emails would always produce. And by the way, it's not often that someone can become a titan of both Washington and Wall Street. Republicans remember her as one of the most successful and prolific day traders. She beat the S&P 500 by 559%. She's worth a lot of money. So what a blow for the financial houses on Wall Street. I'm sure they're in mourning. 85 years old. Has served the San Francisco district since 1987. Pelosi's estimated net worth over $278 million, this report says. Of course, with the congressional salary of $174,000 per year. We know she's faced backlash for her investments over the years. Josh Hawley introduced the Preventing Elected Leaders from Owning Securities and Investment Act back in 23 that would have barred members of Congress from trading stocks. Time and time again, she refuted any insider trading accusations and even backed the 2023-24 Ending Trading and Holdings in Congressional Stocks Act. 844-844-3388. Should have retired a long time ago, all right? All right, hello to Scott checking in. What's the morning, Steve? I'd like to chime in about the $2,000 tariff dividend checks the president suggested. There's a huge difference between dividends from money already in the system versus money printed from thin air from our Federal Reserve. One of the biggest reasons Trump wants to use tariffs is it's not inflationary. The money's already in existence, just coming from somewhere else. Remember when he said get rid of the IRS and create the External Revenue Service? External meaning tariffs. As long as we have a Federal Reserve System that can print and loan U.S. money out of thin air, we'll never stop inflation or runaway spending. With the creation of an External Revenue Service, which brings in money from other countries, we actually can bring down our debt without increasing inflation. Appreciate the explanation, the difference. Okay, because my concern was going back to these, helping the people out. These stimulus checks during the COVID, that led to the incredible inflation. Okay, so I don't know, your 2 cents. What do you say, Pappy? What's happening?
Steve, I'm doing some quick calculation here. You said Nancy's worth $278 million.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
She's been in Congress for 38 years. At today's pay rate, she makes $174,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. So
I took, at today's rate, 174 times 38. She made $6,612,000 while she was in Congress.
Mm-hmm.
You subtract that from the $278 million. Steve, she made $271 million off the stock market.
Pretty impressive.
I guess, when you sit on them financial committees.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
Make no mistake about it. You did not want to go against Nancy back in the day. Steve, you got to give her credit where credit is due, man. She was like what's a good analogy here? I don't know. Like the tough grandmother, the tough mother that ran the kitchen, man. You didn't want to come in her kitchen and try tossing some bread around. If you didn't do it her way or didn't do what she said, you paid the price, and they all knew it. They didn't cross Nancy. But she lost her mojo. And I think Grump's 100% correct. I think AOC, as of today, I think AOC is going to be the wannabe Nancy Pelosi. She will never, Steve, I don't care who this girl is, she ain't going to stand a lick to Nancy Pelosi. But if they think they're going to prop her up, right, and be the voice of the Democratic Party or the new Democratic Party, the Socialist Communist Democratic Party, I think they're going to try it. Wonder if the 2028 ticket could be Galvin and AOC. What do you think? Old Newsom out there, Nancy's nephew, and AOC as a vice president.
Wow.
I wish they would. Because I think we'd stop them. I think even the independents would see through all that. But at this point, I don't know who they got. They don't. Hey, man, if Plowboy is right about NYPD going over to the feds, that's interesting. Now, some places do lateral transfers. Okay, let me try to explain this. So a lot of police agencies, when they are looking to hire somebody, they will do lateral transfers from other departments. We never did, Steve. We just started to do this within the last couple of years. We would literally hire these young men and women to work the jail. They would get some experience down in the jail, which is good experience. Work in the jail before you come out to the streets, because if you can learn how to talk to the criminals in jail, you can learn how to talk out here on the street.
Mm-hmm.
While they're working the jail, they would go through the police academy. There's two different corrections academy, police academy, are two different things. They would have to go through the APATA, Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy to get certified to be a police officer. And after a couple of years working the jail, you take a test to come out to patrol, and if you're lucky enough, you come out to patrol.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we've done it for years. So a lot of times we would hire, train, and put through these people to go through schooling, and they would come out and work for us, and Steve, within 3 or 4 years, they would quit and go work for another local agency. And the local agencies are very happy to take these people because they're already trained. You follow me? They don't have to pay to send them through the APATA class or do any of this. They're already hiring somebody that's trained and has a few years of experience. Very beneficial. Back in the day when Simon Lease was the sheriff, he was so powerful, Steve, that these other agencies didn't dare do that. They did not dare to take one of Simon Lease's employees because they would pay for it. He was like the Nancy Pelosi of Hamilton County. But he's been gone for several years now. And so that's what they're doing. So the reason this benefits is if you hire a lateral and you accept their time and attendance. In other words, if somebody has 10 years on with NYPD and they transfer or they get hired by ICE, the feds, the federal government will recognize their 10 years of being a police officer and roll that right into the federal system. So that 10 years that they worked at NYPD will count towards their retirement when they go to the feds. So what Plowboy was saying, Steve, I can see that right now. I can see a lot of NYPD officers saying, man, I'm getting out of here. I can go work for the feds. I don't know what the pay scale is for NYPD and what the pay scale is for ICE. They might be taking a little bit of a pay cut to go work for ICE, I would think. But their time would roll all in, and I would think that you would have to retire with less years with the government than you do with NYPD. Most police departments, you have to have at least 25 years in before you can retire, and I think it's 20 years, just like the military with the government. So that makes sense. We'll see if they jump ship over there. Well, I know you're getting ready to bottom the hour, but the shutdown, Steve, I guess we're going to have to make a couple concessions, nothing major. The rehires of the federal employees and a talk about or a guarantee maybe to not fire them in the future during a shutdown. And what was the other one? Oh, they agreed to talk about health care. And that's it. And they got this thing passed.
Exactly. And then I want you to hold the thought. Well, your take on the breaking news as far as the pipe bomber, January 6th. Hold that thought. First, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. TEL360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It looks like the government shutdown may finally be coming to an end. A procedural Senate vote is underway, with CNN reporting that Senate negotiators have reached an agreement to fund the government through January 30th of next year. The news would mark a key indication that the government shutdown may soon come to an end. A source tells CNN the Senate is expected to vote tonight and that there are enough Democrat votes to move the plan forward. The deal reportedly will include a reversal of President Donald Trump's firings of federal employees, as well as provisions to prevent such actions in the future. It also will ensure that food stamps are funded through the fiscal year 2026. Again, reporting tonight, a procedural Senate vote underway. CNN says there are enough Democrat votes to bring the shutdown to an end. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, back on a Monday. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, the story first broke. It was Glenn Beck's Blaze Media that first published this over the weekend. And it's gone, the likes of the Western Journal and other conservative outlets kind of following up. But it says, the new report, based on the analysis of the gait of an individual who placed the pipe bomb in D.C. January 6 of 21, claims the gait matches a former member of the U.S. Capitol Police. As you'll recall, January 6th of 21, pipe bombs were found at the Democrat and Republican National Committee's headquarters. They were never detonated. They were placed shortly before they became a small piece of the larger events on that day that saw the protesters enter the U.S. Capitol. Now, the new allegation advanced in a report published Saturday based on a software analysis of the suspect's gate conducted for the outlet. Glenn Beck said the outlet had discovered the identity of the suspect who placed at least one of the pipe bombs. No comment from the allegations from Capitol Police, but the outlet reported evidence has emerged that pointed toward law enforcement possibly being involved in the planning of the pipe bombs. Per a close source close to the congressional investigation, the report claimed a match of between 94 and 98% was found between the gait of the suspect and Shawnee Ray Kirchhoff, a 31-year-old female of Alexandria, Virginia. Kirchhoff was a Capitol Police officer for over 4 years before leaving for the CIA, where she worked in campus security. Former FBI Special Agent Kyle Seraphin said he was doing surveillance next door to the woman possibly involved in placing the devices. The FBI put us one door away from the pipe bomber within days of January 6th, and we were deliberately pulled away for no logical or logically investigative reason. Everything about this tells me that they were involved in a cover-up and have been since day one. Seraphin says they were blanking in on it. Buttressing its claims to have identified the suspect, Blaze Media said snippets of the individual it named as the suspect were taken from January 6 Capitol Police CCTV security video and compared to unedited video of the hoodie-wearing suspect walking through an alley near C Street to place an alleged pipe bomb behind the Capitol Hill Club about 8:16 p.m. on January 5. They said multiple sources agreed there was a match. But they did not name the sources. Former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund said he had no knowledge of anyone in his department being connected. I had no knowledge that it was being carried out, nor were they carrying it out with any authorization from the chief's office. I'm unaware of any legitimate reason that any Capitol Police or other law enforcement officer would be involved in the planning of those pipe bombs. Of course, we know in January, the Committee on House Administration's Subcommittee on Oversight released its report on the pipe bomber, saying the FBI has still failed to identify the individual. In that report, the committee summed up the situation by saying nearly 4 years later, federal law enforcement has yet to identify the individual responsible for planning the pipe bombs. One of the unanswered questions from that day. In the early weeks of the investigation, the FBI took significant investigative steps, identifying multiple persons of interest, issuing search warrants, reviewing hours of security camera footage, analyzing the components of the pipe bombs. Despite the threat they posed to Congress and the public, and the role they played in diverting resources away from the Capitol, federal law enforcement has refused to provide any substantive updates to Congress about the status of the investigation. Of course, that was the report at that time. I don't know, so gaining a bit of traction, a 94 to 98% match. Had you heard about that over the weekend, Pappy?
Just a tad. bits and pieces. Steve, let me ask you something. Get back in that cranial skull of yours. What did I tell you about a year ago?
Well, I know. That's why I wanted to.
Remember what I told you about a year
You've
ago?
been saying it was an inside job all along.
Well, not only that, what did I tell you? What did I tell you the sex of that pipe bomber was?
A female.
Yes, sir. Steve, what would you say? They're claiming that this Capitol Police woman worked for the Capitol Police, and then she went over to the CIA?
Correct.
Is that what you said?
I mean, what's the odds of that, right?
Well, let me throw this at you, Steve. When she was with the CIA, then she gets a quote job, unquote job at the Capitol Police, and then back in the CIA. Steve, the FBI cannot find this woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if they find her, that shows that J6 was a conspiracy by the three-letter government agencies, along with the Democrats, along with Nancy Pelosi, that this whole January 6th was a conspiracy and a psyop against the MAGA movement. So they can't find her. And there's already too much evidence out there that this whole thing, that the first ones that broke through the fence, right, that went into the Capitol were FBI either agents or FBI informants. We saw the video when the first ones went through, where they came in, Capitol Police grabbed them, walked them down the hall, and uncuffed them and gave them a high five and released them.
Mm-hmm.
See, we saw the video of this happening. We saw the video with Ray Epps prior to January 6th. On January 5th, he was in the crowd telling everybody, tomorrow we are going in the Capitol. And the group surrounding him is like, what? Fed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we saw Ray Epps at that front fence line, the bicycle racks that they had put up, at the very front, when he whispered something into that one guy's ear right in the middle, right in the front. And as soon as he whispered something or he said something in this guy's ear, that's when they breached the gates. So there's already enough evidence. And they they find this lady. That just proves the fact. So they can't find her. Hopefully, Steve, here, let me tell you something. Bongino's on this, man.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't going to let this, I know he's got him and Cash. They got still other major things that they are dealing with. But I'm telling you, man, Bongino ain't going to let this go. If there's any way that he could let this come to light, he would. So we'll see. I mean, they don't have to find her in my mind, Steve. My mind's already made up. It's who we're dealing with. These Democrats, Steve, this is who we are dealing with. we can go back and talk about all the things that have been done. Just get a couple pages and just make a list of all the illegal criminal things that they have done to this country and to the president. With the auto pen, running the country. One of the big guys taking naps in the back room. Just unbelievable, man. And they don't want to give up power. That's all it's about, Steve. They don't want to give up the power, man. Keep an eye on that. You know, I don't, sometimes I just, I go a couple days without really hearing anything, especially the days I'm working.
Sure.
I go a couple days without hearing anything. Steve, I get a lot of my news from you, man, when I'm working, you and your callers calling in. So keep an eye on that one, bud. I appreciate you taking the call. That picture I emailed you, I emailed it to Horse Feathers. I told him this is not a figment of my imagination.
I did. I actually forwarded that to him as well. Figment of the imagination.
Yeah. All right, everybody be safe. Hammer down. Take care.
All right. Thank you much, Pappy. Have a good morning. Yes, it was that white stuff covering his back porch and everything on it. A figment of the imagination. All right, I know we're not going to hear from our two-time world champion bull hauler probably for a few days. He's arrived there, going to be working the rodeo finals here of the next few days. But I will be very inquisitive to get his take on the president directing the Justice Department to investigate the meatpacking cartel. We've been talking in recent weeks, recall the high beef prices. The president suggesting, was it Argentina to bring in some of their beef to bring prices down? The U.S. cattlemen's and the ranchers all said it's not our fault. If you want to get to the root of this, go after the meat packers. You got JBS, Cargill, Tyson Foods, and National Beef, the big four. Investigate them for potential collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. Those four companies, two of which are foreign-owned, now control 85% of U.S. beef processing. It was 36% in 1980. It's 85 now. President via Truth Social says, quote, I've asked the Department of Justice to immediately begin an investigation into the meatpacking companies who are driving up the price of beef through illicit collusion, price fixing, price manipulation. We will always protect our American ranchers, and they're being blamed for what is being done by the majority foreign-owned meat packers, artificially inflating prices, jeopardizing the security of our nation's food supply. Action must be taken to immediately protect consumers, combat illegal monopolies, and ensure these corporations are not criminally profiting at the expense of the American people. I'm asking the DOJ to act expeditiously. Thank you for your attention to this matter, he notes. Now, the White House released 4 key takeaways of how our beef supply chain has been hijacked by globalists that operate in what appears to be a cartel and have eliminated competition by crushing small mom-and-pop ranchers. All right, we start with, for too long, a handful of giant meat packers have squeezed America's cattle producers, shrunk herds, jacked up prices at the grocery store. By examining whether these companies have violated antitrust laws through coordinated pricing or capacity restrictions, this investigation will root out any illegal collusion, restore fair competition, and protect our food supply security. Number 2, it says, the big 4 meat packers, JBS of Brazil, Cargill, Tyson Foods, and National Beef, dominating 85% of the processing market. Two of these companies, including the largest meat packer in the world, are either foreign-owned or have significant foreign ownership and control. Industry consolidation has crushed competition and hammered cattle producers. In the 80s, the top four packers purchased 1/3 of all fed cattle. By the mid-90s, that share exploded to over 80%. And has only grown more concentrated since then. This has led to the exploitation of American consumers, farmers, and ranchers. In fact, mounting evidence shows this monopoly power has slashed payments to ranchers, reduced herd sizes, driven up consumer prices, and threatened America's food supply chain. Like the president's wild success in tackling out-of-control egg prices, he's about to do it again with beef. Great news for the Trump administration in June. Goldman analysts Leah Jordan and Eli Thompson signaled that the 12-year cattle herd cycle was likely reaching a cyclical low, suggesting a rebuilding phase may be approaching. Okay, the new investigation could mark the early innings of a broader Make America Healthy Again effort, gaining traction into next year's midterm election cycle, aimed at restoring fair competition, ending foreign control of America's meat supply, and empowering Americans to buy from local farmers and ranchers. At its core, this seeks to break the toxic grip of the globalist corporations that have hijacked the food supply chain and flooded the nation's food supply chain with chemicals, pesticides, monoplastic control. See where that goes. But I remember that's exactly what the ranchers, when he suggested bringing in the Argentinian beef to try to bring prices down, they said, yeah, hold on, Mr. President, that's just going to devastate us even further. You need to look at what's going on with these big four. Sounds like he got the message.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, coming up, we've got some updates. Commercial driver's licenses, English language proficiency, non-domiciled CDLs have suddenly been mainstream media headlines as of late. Some of the very latest where Much like the state of California, where millions of dollars in funding has been withheld because they're not meeting the standards, state by state, sounds like the transportation secretary is notifying Colorado, South Dakota, Texas, and others individually. I'll give you more on that. And I found this one rather interesting. We know the significance of commercial vehicle drivers, 80,000-pound vehicles being able to read the roadsides, communicate in English. But just how many similar individuals are out there working for the various rideshare companies, Uber or Lyft? I don't know that this, just let me share. A bill introduced in the Senate last week would tighten the language requirements for those drivers, rideshare drivers, to align pretty much with the federal standards for CDL holders. November 6, Senator Tommy Tuberville introducing the Understanding Basic English Requirements, which UBER, Uber Act, the Uber Act, Understanding Basic English Requirements, to strengthen the safety of rideshare users, requiring drivers to be able to read and speak English, aligning their hiring standards with all of the federal commercial driver's license requirements. Now, they say if passed, the Uber Act would prohibit government agencies from awarding a contract or an agreement to rideshare platforms with drivers who can't read or speak English sufficiently. It would ensure compliant platform drivers are able to converse with the general public and law enforcement in English, understand American highway traffic signs, respond to official inquiries in English, and make entries on reports and records in English, pretty much right in line with the CDL. It would ban non-compliant companies from receiving federal contracts for a 5-year period, and it would require that rideshare platforms and their drivers comply with the same federal standards as CDL drivers. The Uber Act. What do you think? All right, so let's take care of our news break. Eagle checks in as we get another hour underway just ahead. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We want to find a bipartisan path forward. We want to reopen the government.
Senate negotiators have reached a deal to fund the government through January 30th, signaling the shutdown could end soon. The plan would reverse Trump's firings of federal employees, protect them in the future, and ensure that SNAP benefits continue through 2026.
We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really prisoners, illegals that come to the country. And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending.
The Senate is expected to vote tonight, then the bill would go to the House and the President for approval. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is warning that air travel problems will worsen as the government shutdown continues. He appeared on CNN's State of the Union.
The 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, you're going to see air travel be reduced to a trickle. We have a number of people who want to get home for the holidays. They want to see their family. They want to celebrate this great American holiday. Listen, many of them are not going to be able to get on an airplane.
With the FAA cutting back air traffic, over 1,200 flights were canceled today and 1,500 the day before, hitting major hubs like Atlanta, Newark, and Chicago the hardest. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the economic fallout from the government shutdown is getting worse and worse. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
We had a fantastic economy under President Trump the past 2 quarters, and now there are estimates that the economic growth for this quarter could be cut by as much as half if the shutdown continues.
The Senate met in a rare session yesterday but took no action. The Senate met in a rare Saturday session but took no action. Majority Leader John Thune says they will keep working even through the Veterans Day recess until a deal is reached. The Trump administration plans a 50-year fixed-rate mortgage aiming to make home ownership easier for young Americans, calling it a game changer compared to the traditional 30-year plan. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
An Army colonel at Fort Leavenworth has been sentenced to 28 years in prison for sexually abusing children. 53-year-old Colonel Scott Newman was convicted in a court-martial after being acquitted in a separate civilian trial earlier this year. Police in Charleston, South Carolina say the body of a college student from New Jersey missing for over a week has been recovered.
Authorities say the death of 19-year-old Owen Kennedy of Tinton Falls has been ruled a suicide. His body was found in the water near Patriots Point, South Carolina, Saturday morning. Kennedy was reported missing on November 1st after last being seen by friends on Halloween night in an area near the College of Charleston where he was a student. Detectives say Kennedy took his own life by walking off the Ravenel Bridge pedestrian walkway. I'm Larry Kofsky, NBC News Radio.
A nationwide baby formula recall is being issued after babies in 10 states contracted botulism.
The FDA is warning parents that 13 babies got sick and needed to be hospitalized after drinking By Heart Whole Nutrition infant formula. Infant botulism is a rare illness that can be fatal, but the FDA says no deaths have been reported. The impacted states include New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Arizona, California, Illinois, Minnesota, Oregon, Rhode Island, Texas, and Washington. By Heart Whole Nutrition, based in New York, issued a voluntary recall for 2 different infant formula lots with December 1st, 2026 use-by dates. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
As we cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast, welcome into a Monday. Here comes the greatest day of the week, right? I'll give you an update out of Louisville in regards to the horrific UPS crash. 2976. A team of 28 NTSB investigators have determined that the 34-year-old MD-11F aircraft suffered left engine separation during takeoff, severing hydraulic and fuel lines and causing a fire. The giant plane, full of fuel and cargo, rolling left, spraying fuel and fire. As the doom flight smashed through the UPS warehouse fuel storage tanks, followed by a semi-truck parking lot and an auto scrap yard and on down the line, outside of their Worldport in Louisville. Obviously, all three flight crew on board were killed, 11 on the ground killed, 15 others injured, and they tell us there are 9 people still unaccounted for. Now, this is similar to American Airlines 191, where left engine broke off during takeoff, killing 273 people. But that jet was a DC-10. The UPS MD-11 features engine mounts that were redesigned in hopes of preventing engine separation accidents. This was indeed the first engine separation crash involving MD-11 aircraft. A little more details. In the wake of the crash, the Federal Aviation Administration effectively grounded all MD-11 and MD-11F aircraft until each of them undergoes a thorough inspection. That order was issued over the weekend, following the details that the left-hand engine and pylon detached during takeoff. The FAA warns the unsafe condition is likely to exist or develop in other products of the same type design. UPS and FedEx have both announced they're immediately grounding their entire fleet of MD-11 as investigators continue to gather every fragment of evidence to piece together what happened in those final seconds before impact. Shortly after taking off from Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport, the cargo plane's engine and the pylon, as they call it, which supports the engine, fell off the left wing as it was accelerating for takeoff. Yet to determine what happened, but operators are erring on the side of caution until more answers are given. They're saying this is out of an abundance of caution. Now, FedEx, the only other major U.S. airline to operate the MD-11, will also ground them for a thorough safety review based on the recommendation of the manufacturer. The decisions after recommendations from Boeing, which merged with McDonnell Douglas in 1997. Now, this, as we know, is a 34-year-old jet. While that may be considered old for a passenger plane, it's not so unusual in the world of air cargo. No initial indications that the age of the McDonnell Douglas MD-11 was in any way a factor in the crash. But the engine was found lying on the ground, and that's going to help investigators determine what may have caused the crash. That's a huge clue, and it does give the NTSB a pretty good idea of what started this all off. Coming off the plane before the final impact and the fireball that followed suggest an uncontained engine failure, meaning the engine spews out parts. It's possible pieces flying off of one engine, failing engine, could have impacted other key parts of the plane, and the engine likely ruptured the wing fuel tank when it ripped from the plane. They've also recovered 2 hours of clear cockpit audio from the plane that confirmed the crew completed their standard checklists and their takeoff briefings before what he described what began as an uneventful takeoff roll. Those transcripts will be released to the public in several months once most of their reports are completed. He also confirmed the aircraft had recently undergone, and this was very interesting, what they referred to as a heavy maintenance check in San Antone. Clarified some of the early reports of the plane reaching 475 feet. That was inaccurate. Data shows that jet only got about 100 feet off the ground. Very low. But the maintenance is going to be a big issue. What exactly was done to the aircraft? Who did it? What parts were replaced? What procedures were followed? And who inspected the work? They're going to be particularly interested in which engines or other parts may have been removed or replaced during that maintenance. Now, we do know that a lawsuit's been filed on behalf of the impacted victims and businesses. Residents and local businesses facing significant economic losses, emotional distress. Lawsuits filed against UPS, Boeing, and General Electric, accusing the companies of recklessness and negligence, which upended the lives and livelihoods of many in the Louisville community. The lawsuit alleges Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, MD-11, the crash was preventable. Defendants must be held accountable. But the fact that they, this plane had undergone significant maintenance, something, I had a separate report somewhere that I may have printed up. Well, there were cracks discovered, and anytime you've got cracks and stress fractures on planes, obviously maintenance is needed. But that particular craft had undergone what they referenced as significant maintenance, an overhaul, not that long ago. All right, promise to get to Eagle as we get the new hour underway. What's happening, Eagle? How was your weekend?
Hello?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Eagle. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm out here. Yeah, I didn't go home this past weekend. I'm go home next week and take off the following week, Thanksgiving. So, yeah, I'm going to start running another more week before I head home. I don't feel like dealing with all that traffic on the road for Thanksgiving week, that Thursday. So, I don't know. So what's the deal? Before I speak on this government shutdown, what's the deal? Is it officially over, or are they still? Have they had a vote yet? Because I didn't want to make a comment.
Yeah,
they
had the vote there were 60 votes in the Senate this past evening. They adjourned until like 11 o'clock this morning. So, if my understanding is that now goes back to the House. The House has to vote on it, and I guess some of the Democrats in the House can try to drag it out, but you prolong things by speaking ad nauseum. It may be several days, they say, before it actually gets to the president's desk. But, yes, they have come to an agreement.
Okay, but as of right now, it's the government is still closed until they
correct.
Until everything is
it's going to take a couple of days, they say, to get everything back up and running. That is correct.
Okay. Well, I can say what I'm about to say then. Okay, then, Steve. If that's the case, then over the past couple of days, the airports, have been telling people, there's still people losing their jobs, and they're telling people they're cutting back on the amount of flights that are leaving airports due to the fact people are calling in sick. And as for that, I'm going to speak on these people here, Steve, these air traffic controller people. I have respect for that. They got a tough job. They got a very important job, to do what they do. And, I understand, a lot of people, they upset about not receiving pay. But these people that are not showing up for work, in line and saying that they're sick, as far as I'm concerned, they should be fired from the job. They shouldn't be allowed to come back when this strike is. When the government reopens, they show you what type of employee they are, by lying. I can understand if you're legitimately sick, I can understand you doing it, but if you just blatantly lying, is not showing up for work, you're putting people's lives in jeopardy when you do that. Like I said, that's another air traffic man that's not on the job in a plane. I think they said over the last couple, I don't know if you heard that news, Steve, they said, as far as I know, this is just for what I heard, they said they've had at least 4 or 5 close calls where planes have almost collided in air. And so these people are putting people's lives at risk when you decide to not to show up for work. Like I said, I understand they're not getting paid, but you have a job to do, and they say that they're going to get paid once the government reopens, but a lot of people don't want to do it. Don't want to do it that way. So I'm kind of disappointed in some of those people. Now, as far as the Democrats go, I believe that they trying to hold out for the longest time. I thought, like I told you last Thursday when I talked to you, I thought they were going to try to hold people hostage, through Thanksgiving, and then maybe into December. Mm-hmm. But you say that they trying to make a deal, so it's up to the Senate and all these other people to sign the paperwork. And Trump, I still don't know, what his deal is. I don't know if he's gonna sign it or what. When he comes to his desk, we'll see what he decides to do. But I think Trump really wants people to get back on get back to work and, get the government back open, because it's starting to affect Donald Trump too, Steve. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see the video. I'm just going by what I read. Like I said, you can't believe everything you see on the internet. Well, they said that Donald Trump went to a football game in Washington, and they said that he was booed out of the stadium. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but they said that he was receiving boos when they showed his image or face on the big screen TV in the stadium. I'll have to see the video for myself. Have you heard anything about Donald Trump being booed at the game today?
Obviously there were cheers and then there were boos. I don't know if one was louder than the other, but there were both. Obviously, I mean, not everybody loves Trump. It's half and half, right? Especially there in D.C.
Yeah. Like I said, I didn't see the video yet, but like I said, you can't believe it. You know, a lot of stuff you see on the internet, they don't always try to be negative. But, I have to check it out later on tonight after I talk to you. But, like I said, Donald Trump, it's in his best interest and the Republicans to try to get this government opened back up as soon as possible. Because, like I said, the midterms are coming up, and they really can't afford to lose the midterms, because all they're going to do is stall Donald Trump for the next 2 years. They're gonna do everything. They're gonna throw monkey wrenches, everything he do. They're gonna try to stop him from doing it, and he ain't gonna be able to make no progress in the country. And we're gonna be at a stalemate. And they're gonna try to make Trump out to be the bad guy while things ain't getting done. So we need to keep this government. We get this government open as quick as we can, so we can keep the people on his side. Because a lot of people they'll jump the bandwagon real quick. When they not getting money and when they're not receiving this. And as far as I'm concerned, Steve, when they do reopen the government, this SNAP program that we've been talking about it over the last couple of weeks, they need to make some. They need to. You've talked about. You've been involved in it. Pappy and some other people called it. Said that they received. Nobody I've never done that in my life. I got too much pride. Like I said, I'm just at the rock bottom before I would have to beg the government for money. They need to do something with this program, Steve. That program was supposed to be a program designed for people, just temporarily. This is not a lifetime thing. People are making this out to be a damn lifetime deal, Steve. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. This is not a lifetime deal. It's being on welfare and SNAP. This is the temporary thing, and they should put a time limit. 6 months to a year, and then you on your own, my man. Because nobody know you if you can't find a job, and if you can't find a job in the United States of America in 6 months to a year, you ain't looking. As far as I'm concerned, a lot of other people think the same way. You ain't looking for a job too hard if you ain't found a job in over a year. You ain't, and especially if you've been on welfare your whole life, you definitely ain't looking for no job. So as far as I'm concerned, Steve, the government, Trump, and everybody else need to look because they've added up the money. You've talked about it, how much money they spend every year on welfare of people that don't even deserve it. I've told you the story about, being in line behind an individual and they load up the buggy full of groceries and they walk out to the parking lot and get in a Mercedes-Benz or a Lexus or a Cadillac. If you're driving a Cadillac, you don't need to be on no welfare. You need to be on no SNAP benefits. All those people need to be kicked off and kicked to the curb, Steve. It's time to make some changes with the welfare system in America after this government shutdown is over. Because you got the people, they gave themselves away over the last couple of weeks. When we talked about the people talking about the government owe them money, they got the work. They never did the thought come into their mind that they had to get a job. They were saying, no, you can't cut off my SNAP benefits because I'm an American and I deserve free food and this and that. No, you don't deserve free food. You need to go get you a job just like everybody else, my man. If you want to eat, you want to load that buggy up full of groceries. You need to eat. You want a Thanksgiving dinner. You need to go out and work just like me and you, Steve. You want to tape, a man talking about making a video talking about he ain't gonna have nothing for Thanksgiving. Well, you should have thought about that when you decided not to go to work. The way I see it. So if you don't have a turkey on your table on Thanksgiving, it's your own damn fault. So, like I said, things got to be changed in America, Steve, over the next couple of years. I'd like for you maybe check after I hang up with you, check out what the total amount of year that are paid out in these type of benefits to individuals that don't need it, and they wonder why the government is having deficit problem. Why we got this $1 trillion that keeps rolling every day? Why we got so much money? Maybe that's one of the reasons why, because we got too many people receiving free things that they don't deserve. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. As far as the food stamps goes, we know that the SNAP benefits is a whopping $9 billion a month. How much of that are individuals that don't per se actually deserve it, refuse to work because they would lose it? I don't know if they have the capabilities of breaking that down or not, but there's an awful lot of obviously very capable of working individuals that are taking advantage of that. But as far as the president, yes, he did indeed attend the I guess they're saying he's the first sitting president in nearly half century to attend a regular season NFL game. When he went to the Commanders versus the Lions yesterday. Now, the report says there were cheers and boos from spectators when he was shown on the video board late in the first half. He was standing in a suite along with the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. Let's see. He said, I'm a little bit late speaking to reporters earlier after he got off Air Force One after landing at Joint Base Andrews following a flyover of the stadium there in Landover, Maryland. In the first quarter, before the president arrived, Lions receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown celebrating a touchdown catch, pointing into the stands, doing the Trump dance that several other athletes started doing last year, like when he's dancing to the YMCA thing there. The White House said several cabinet secretaries and Republican Senator Steve Daines of Montana, were also scheduled to be there at the game. But only two other times did a sitting president go to an NFL game during the regular season. According to the league, that was Richard Nixon, 1969, then Jimmy Carter in 1978. First sitting president, President Trump, became the first sitting president at a Super Bowl when he watched the Eagles beat the Chiefs 40-22 in February. So there you go. Some cheers, some jeers. That's what you, in this day and age, yeah. It is 844-3388. Half a century ago today, one of the worst maritime disasters in U.S. history unfolding when the SS Edmund Fitzgerald sank in Lake Superior. A potent storm stirring up towering waves, tropical storm force winds. Here, decades later, this tragedy serves as a reminder how ferocious that this time of year, the fall storm season, can be in and on the Great Lakes. Launched June 7 of 1958, the Fitzgerald became the largest carrier on the Great Lakes till 1971, according to the National Weather Service in Marquette, Michigan. Yeah, the state-of-the-art vessel, nicknamed by some Mighty Fitz and Big Fitz, weighing more than 13,000 tons, 729 feet long, width of 75 feet. Considered to be invincible. Something we actually heard much like the Titanic decades earlier. But we'll pause there and come back this date, November 10, some 50 years ago today. First, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It looks like the government shutdown may finally be coming to an end. A procedural Senate vote is underway, with CNN reporting that Senate negotiators have reached an agreement to fund the government through January 30th of next year. The news would mark a key indication that the government shutdown may soon come to an end. A source tells CNN the Senate is expected to vote tonight and that there are enough Democrat votes to move the plan forward. The deal reportedly will include a reversal of President Donald Trump's firings of federal employees as well as provisions to prevent such actions in the future. It also will ensure that food stamps are funded through the fiscal year 2026. Again, reporting tonight, a procedural Senate vote underway. CNN says there are enough Democrat votes to bring the shutdown to an end. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I mentioned the fact that the anniversary, here the 10th day of November. Weather on the lakes, maybe very similar to what the Edmund Fitzgerald encountered that fateful night. Yeah, we see, I'm looking at the post of 20-foot monster waves just offshore southern Lake Michigan this past day. Gale warnings were in effect with the high winds, snow squalls. To put it bluntly, the gales of November off southern Lake Michigan are going to be nasty. Of course, you've got the localized lake effect snow bands, whiteout conditions to the southern shore from Chicago to South Bend to Benton Harbor, where winter storm warnings are in effect. Yeah, much like what the Edmund Fitzgerald dealt with, the ship said to have had a fine record of service over the course of its lifespan, captained by the seasoned veteran Ernest McSorley, who spent over 40 years as a mariner and was in his third year manning the Fitzgerald. Yeah, but the first signs of trouble were noted in a routine inspection in October of 1975 by the Coast Guard about 2 weeks before that final voyage. The Coast Guard inspectors found that a number of hatch covers that seal the cargo area wouldn't close properly, meaning that water that washed on board the deck would be able to leak into the cargo hold. According to a recollection of the disaster, the ship left Superior, Wisconsin, November the 9th. About 26,000 tons of iron ore. On that same date, a storm system described by the National Weather Service as a typical November storm was drifting out of the plains. It would intensify as it reached Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Those gale warnings were being sent out for all of Lake Superior. According to the SECC, the Fitzgerald had been in contact with another ship making a similar trek on that day, the SS Arthur M. Anderson. As the weather threatened both ships, the two captains went back and forth discussing how to change their routes to avoid the worst of the dangerous weather. But it was on the night of November 10, shortly after 7 p.m., McSorley said, "We're holding our own. Going along like an old shoe," in a radio message to the Anderson. However, shortly thereafter, the Fitzgerald would disappear from radar tracking, sinking that night about 17 miles northwest of Whitefish Point along Michigan's Upper Peninsula. All 29 members lost their lives. The ship never sent out a distress call. The largest, longest vessel ever built on the Great Lakes slides into the launching basin June 7 of 1958. Why didn't McSorley let anyone know the ship was in distress? According to a 2015 interview with Michigan Radio, the Anderson's captain, Jesse Cooper, believed McSorley wanted to prevent the crew from panicking. He said, "I think he knew he was in trouble, but he couldn't spread the word because it would panic the crew." What the hell would you do if you had a hole in your bottom and you're taking on more water than you could pump out? Post-analysis, research of weather showed that the strong low-pressure system causing winds of 55 miles per hour, producing waves of over 25 feet that night. That's about as big as waves theoretically get on Lake Superior. In any case, there could be rogue waves twice that height, and it's not out of the question that one of those could have sunk the Edmund Fitzgerald. Today's ships would be warned not to travel during these conditions, based on the forecast model predictions for Lake Superior and observations from the buoys. There's even a buoy at Whitefish Point, near where the Fitzgerald met its demise. But this time of year, the fall storm season, is when shippers are usually trying to complete as many trips as possible before winter begins and the lakes start to freeze over. Since Lake Superior is the largest of the Great Lakes, wave heights can also become much larger there than any of the other Great Lakes, they say. Of course, in the days after the ship was lost, the Coast Guard would find the ship sank abruptly. Lifeboats were found badly damaged, an indicator that they were never launched into the water, but rather smashed. Yeah, the loose hatch covers could also allow water to spill into the cargo area, which accelerated the rate at which the ship went down. Additionally, the ship sat low in the water, which would allow a greater quantity of water to flood the deck. No bodies were ever recovered. The wreckage, which sits about 530 feet deep at the bottom of Lake Superior. All right, 844-844-3388. 50 years ago today, though. All right, see what's going on with Knucklebuster as we get the new week underway. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Happy. I want to give a simplified shout out at a 250th birthday to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, up man, and of course, as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. Today is the 250th birthday for the Marine Corps, so should I start singing? No, we won't do that. I won't ruin a good song. How about that? So. Oh, man, I'm still laying around the house there. So we'll get back out again tomorrow night. I just figured I'd call you while I was still up. And I saw this T-shirt this weekend, Steve. It had a picture of a woodpecker on it. It said the Little Pecker Club, the gents making little dents. So I thought, I don't know woodpecker, but that might work for you, you know?
Yeah, right.
Yep. I ordered a pencil enlarger from Amazon last week, Steve. You got to love Amazon. You know what they sent me?
What's that?
A magnifying glass. My brother joined the gym and asked the trainer which machine helped me impress the women. He said the ATM outside usually works best. So, a booty and butt mean the same thing, Steve. Call and dial mean the same thing. Booty call and a butt dial are not the same thing. So, and what do you call a donkey with a diploma?
A smart ass?
Oh, yes, right. And since he always told me, if you're not smart, it makes you an ass there. So, y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. And as I said when I started out there, a simplified shout out and a happy 250th birthday to all the Marines out there today. Absolutely. And I'll let somebody else sing that Marine Corps hymn. So I don't want to ruin it this morning. So have a great, blessed day, brother. I'll talk to you tomorrow morning.
All right. Enjoy that extra night off there. Get a little extra rest, right? A little R&R. All right, Vic, on a Monday. Greatest day of the week, Vic. What do you say?
Well, usually I always heard it called Blue Moon. It might be the greatest day of the week because I used to have over the weekends.
Hey, where's your phone at?
Say weekend used to start.
Where's your phone at, Vic? We're not hearing you hardly at all.
Okay, I reached over to pick it up, but I had it in the wrong way. I had it upside down. It sounds better.
A little bit better, yeah.
Okay.
It is. You're kind of breaking up too.
Great.
I don't know. Are you in the wrong room of the house? You're.
Oh no, not really. I don't know what should be going on here.
All right, that sounds
but
better. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, my neighbor has a Wi-Fi extender, and it causes
causes some problems from time to time. Does that sound better now?
It does, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. No, you're talking about the greatest day of the week. I used to have to work weekend, and my weekends used to start on Monday. But most of my life, Monday was always kind of like Blue Monday. It's like, oh, here we go again. But anyway, enough about that. But you were talking about the Edmund Fitzgerald real quickly. In that, there's talking about a big hole in the ship, or that's what I thought I'd recall from someplace. They had drifted onto some rocks or something. Maybe it was sitting lower in the water, but that's what I remember, that charge that caused the sinking of it. But I'm kind of a little bit. I can't really give you a definite reference. And speaking of that, real quick, when I was talking about the Red Ball veterans started Yellow Freight, I misspoke there. Yellow Freight, when it started out, was a leader in safety in the trucking industry, and they actually organized a lot of other people and the LTL freight for smaller shippers. And it was kind of, if you look at the history of Yellow Freight, it's amazing how it ended up, because with the original people that started and organized it, and part of what they used to call the National Security Council, they were actually ahead of all the government and everything. And there used to be a lot of school teachers that would drive for many of these LTL carriers, and Yellow being one of them, during the summer, because there used to be a condition that the school teachers had to travel so much or something, I don't know what it was, to keep their teaching certificate. And some of them never went back to teaching after they liked the trucking industry better. So I'm pretty sure that that's no longer the case. But I just mentioned that because Grump was talking about how the down spiral of the trucking industry. So that they didn't, the Red Ball veterans didn't start Yellow, but a lot of them migrated towards Yellow and used a lot of the stuff they learned from the Defense Department whenever they were supporting George Patton's march across Europe and everything. I just wanted to kind of make that clear. But back to some of the stuff of today, what you were talking about, and there's already an FAA report out there, and I tried to look up the terminology, but that plane that crashed in Louisville was originally bought by Thai Airlines, and then UPS bought it and changed it from a passenger plane to a freight plane, which is quite common. But I was a little bit confused about that. They said they'd never had any problem with that. I think the American Airlines Flight 191 was the same style of plane, and that was the worst air crash disaster in American history, and it crashed in O'Hare Airport there in Chicago in 1979. So I don't know, but McDonnell Douglas or whomever it was that had that plane at the time, those engines are mounted on a pylon, and they sent out a report, something to do with the mounting of the pylon to the wing. There was like a thrust bearing in there somewhere that would give a certain amount of give, so it wouldn't just rip the wing off. Because I don't know how it came about, but the Captain Steve you were talking about, he was talking about that on one of the YouTube videos I seen, to where that was a known problem, was that plane. So I guess the pilots would have at least done a walk around and seen that. But regardless of that, like you said, the biggest stress that happens on those planes is in the takeoff period, because there's all that different, the pressure of the plane just moving through the air. There's tremendous forces there. But whenever when McDonnell Douglas put out the report to kind of change the way, however they were mounted, they were supposed to change it, and I forget which airline it was, but one of them decided instead of using a two-step maneuver, they were going to use a one-step maneuver, and they got approval for that from the manufacturer, and they were supposed to remove the engine, and then after the engine was off, remove the pylon. And I can't tell you the airline offhand, but the one that did it, they thought they could remove it all in one maneuver. And so in order for them to do that, they had to put basically can you think of that? A tow motor underneath it with a cradle on it to support the engine. And instead of taking the engine off at that time and then the pylon, they were going to take it all off as one assembly, and they should have had a two-step maneuver. And another airline, they decided they were going to use a crane to do it, and they wound up bumping the wing, but they didn't really report anybody whenever they just said that it bumped the wing or something. The way they reported it didn't raise any bells or anything. And that particular plane, it had just done heavy maintenance at a company down in San Antonio, Texas. Now, why they had it done down there, I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with a contract they had with UPS. So I don't know how that company might have disassembled that particular part of the plane or anything of that nature. But I don't know. There is a whole report on that, and they had a lot of rust on that plane because it came, of course, out of Thailand there and Southeast Asia whenever they did the heavy maintenance on it. So that's just kind of one of the interesting things. I just wait and see what they come up with on that. But it's going to be a long time before the report actually comes out. But they have had a problem with that plane for some time because I think they call it the number 3. Whatever engine number it is, the engine in the tail section. Whenever that wing or anything comes up, when they do separate like that, it tears up all the hydraulic lines and electrical lines. So everything that's supposed to be driving that rear engine is gone. And supposedly that plane could take off if they had at least 2 engines working. So, but the other thing is that I looked at some of the videos, and to be familiar with UPS there in Louisville, everything north, I believe it's Great Lane, that's unionized. And all those warehouses and stuff you've seen on the other side where the trucks were, that's non-union. I don't know why, and that's probably why there were a lot of trucks over there. But it's just like, every major airport was built what they thought was outside of the city, and the city grew to it. And virtually every airport in America is facing that same problem. I mean, you even have, even though your Cincinnati airport is in Covington, Kentucky, pilots really don't like flying into that because it's a tough airport to fly into. So basically all these airports are just a disaster waiting to happen. That's about all I wanted to say. But the other thing was I wanted to mention real quick, I went to send you a copy of the lawsuit that has already been filed by USDA, and the website I used, they said they'd moved their website. But it centers around a company here in Indiana, AgriStats. They were supposed to be the facilitator of all the monopolization in the meat industry. And Cargill doesn't have foreign ownership. That's a privately held company, one of the richest ones in the world. But they play a funny little game. They have like Cargill Russia, Cargill China, and all this other type of stuff. Mm-hmm. And so they basically just to give you an example, way back when Urbus decided they were going to sell all the grain to Russia, Cargill was one of the big ones that participated in that and made a lot of money. Well, oddly enough, a few years later, they convinced Gerald Ford in 1975 that we were going to run out of soybeans. So we needed to embargo soybeans and not sell any more soybeans to anybody else. and that just knocked the bottom out from under the soybean market. But Cargill had all these contracts and other grain companies to sell to Russia. So who knows how much money they made on that deal. But that was called the Great Grain Robbery. And then whenever Jimmy Carter came along and wanted to embargo soybeans from Russia when they invaded Afghanistan, Cargill sold them, went to one of their other companies, one of their other divisions. I forget which company it was, but they didn't sell American soybeans. They sold whatever that company was for. I should say Nation, whatever Nation was, where that division was. They got around the embargo by selling from that nation and not from the United States. And Cargill was the one that started contracting and building big, different swine producing facilities on the East Coast up there in North Carolina, except they started bringing soybeans out of Brazil. And I could go on and on and on. You look up everything that Cargill has done, and Cargill is into steel. They're into different types of shipping, barges, and all that type of stuff. So they're pretty big, and they own a lot of minerals and everything else. And I don't know, but it just seemed odd whenever Trump decided that he wasn't going to follow through with his squashing of the Green New Deal. So now we're going to, the United States is going to Malaysia to get our critical minerals, even though Canada, who Trump seems to be at war with, has a lot of those critical minerals and everything else. And the last I checked, Cargill has a big interest in minerals in Malaysia. So, it just goes on and on and on. But my big thing was, I don't know what Trump was talking about when he said he was going to investigate. The USDO. The U.S. has already filed a major antitrust lawsuit. So I don't know how much investigation they do, but they usually do quite a bit before they file a lawsuit, the Department of Justice. So I guess, like I said, I don't know. I can't keep up with Trump. I know I just quit even trying to trade anything because you never know from one day to the next. And this morning, whenever you were talking about Trump getting booed at the Washington Commanders game, he wants a stadium in Washington D.C. to be named after him. I think
Trump, I think that's
so,
the one. Yeah, he wants that stadium named Trump Stadium, right? I don't know what's the cost of the rights, the naming rights. All right. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com. It's 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate negotiators have reached a deal to fund the government through January 30th, signaling the shutdown could end soon. The plan would reverse Trump's firings of federal employees, protect them in the future, and ensure that SNAP benefits continue through 2026.
We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really prisoners, illegals that come to the country. And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending.
The Senate is expected to vote again tonight. Then the bill would go to the House and the President for approval. President Trump says a tariff dividend of at least $2,000 a person will be paid to Americans.
As the U.S. Supreme Court weighs the legality of President Trump's sweeping tariffs, in a social media post, the president says the payments would be for everyone except high-income people. The High Court heard arguments last week after agreeing to fast-track the case. In his post, Trump also took aim at those who are against the tariffs, calling them fools. The tariffs will stay in place until the court makes a decision. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
President Trump reportedly says he wants his name on something new for him.
His name is festooned across casinos, buildings, and golf courses, but no stadiums. President Trump is apparently interested in having the Washington Commanders' new stadium named after him. ESPN reports White House officials endorsed the idea publicly, calling Trump Stadium a fitting tribute to his role in the project. This follows congressional approval that transferred control of the RFK site to D.C. leadership. The new venue is slated to open in 2030 as part of a nearly $4 billion redevelopment plan between the team and the district. I'm Rob Martier.
Cleveland Guardians pitchers Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase have been indicted for allegedly throwing games to benefit a sports betting scheme dating back to May 2023. Ortiz has been arrested. Clase remains free. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator spin-off, Takedown, helped police nab 9 suspected pedophiles across Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. In one sting, Gaithersburg man Tyler DeVault showed up to meet a decoy teen and was arrested for soliciting a minor. Another suspect, Nicholas Fountain, runs daycare centers. Arrest will air this winter on True Blue. Fire officials say a veteran FDNY member suffered a medical episode and died on Saturday while fighting a fire at a Brooklyn apartment building.
Firefighter Patrick Brady was on the building's roof when officials say he went into cardiac arrest. He died a short time later at Brookdale Hospital. FDNY Chief John Esposito spoke at a news conference about Brady and his sacrifice.
His loss, it's a tremendous loss, obviously, for his fire company, the fire department, and the city as a whole. Please pray for Patrick Brady's family.
For purple and black bunting was put up in Brady's honor outside the Brooklyn Firehouse, where he'd served since 2022. I'm Larry Kofsky.
Virginia Governor-elect Abigail Spangberger says her state is headed towards an energy crisis without major policy change. She appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
It's the chaos coming out of Washington that has been impacting Virginians so severely, beginning with the DOGE efforts, of course, continuing with chaotic trade policies, and now in this government shutdown.
Spangberger says data centers are driving up power costs and must pay their fair share, while she pushes to boost Virginia's own energy production. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Don't get...
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Just like that, rolling into that final hour here on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. All right, we see under the industry headlines, Department of Transportation has made it clear they want to clean up the non-domiciled CDL process. As part of that effort, the DOT and the FMCSA recently issuing letters of preliminary non-compliance to Colorado, South Dakota, Texas, Washington. The letters telling the states to take immediate corrective action regarding the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs or risk losing federal funds. They launched this audit into non-domiciled CDLs back in June. Following the findings of that audit, they unveiled their emergency interim final rule that drastically reduced the number of people eligible for such a CDL. In plain English, this is a license to operate a massive 80,000-pound truck that's being issued to foreign drivers who are not U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents, says Sean Duffy. This is absolutely 100% broken, he said. It has become a threat to public safety. It's a national emergency that requires action now. Now, in Colorado, in a letter to Governor Jared Polis and the Colorado Department of Revenue Executive Director Heidi Humphreys, the FMCSA said they had obtained evidence of systemic policy, procedural, and programming errors in Colorado's issuance of non-domiciled CDLs, finding that the Colorado DMV issued non-domiciled CDLs to drivers who did not qualify and issued non-domiciled CDLs that extend beyond the expiration of a driver's lawful presence in the United States. During the review of their program, they said 6 of the 99 driver records sampled showing the state's DMV issued non-domiciled commercial licenses or learner's permits for a period that exceeded the person's lawful presence in the country. An example, May of 2024, indicating the state issued a non-domiciled CDL with an expiration date of January 1, 2028. However, the driver presented an employment authorization document that had expired nearly 2 months earlier. The Colorado DMV issued a non-domiciled CDL with an expiration date January 1 of 2028, almost 4 years after the employment authorization expiration date. They also cited 18 instances of Colorado issuing non-domiciled CDLs to citizens of Mexico. Now, September 29, Colorado DMV announced they had paused the issuance and renewal of non-domiciled CDLs until further notice. South Dakota. What do we see? The agency review of 51 driver records discovered 3 instances of the CDL exceeding the amount of time the individual was legally allowed to work in the U.S. Also, 3 instances of South Dakota issuing a non-domiciled CDL to a citizen of Canada. According to the letter, South Dakota issued a non-domiciled CDL with a 2029 expiration date this past June to a Canadian citizen, despite confirming the individual's ineligibility for a non-domiciled CDL as a citizen of Canada. They issued it anyway. South Dakota then announced in October they were also temporarily halting the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. As far as Texas is concerned, they told the governor and Department of Public Safety director that nearly half of the driver records they reviewed granted non-domiciled CDLs for a time period beyond their lawful status to work in the U.S. 60 of the 123 driver records they reviewed, an example from June of last year, showed a citizen from El Salvador was given a non-domiciled CDL, expiration date July 24 of 2032. That driver's employment authorization was set to expire in March of this year. So that's 7 years extra. They also indicated Texas improperly issued a regular CDL to an ineligible driver who was later involved in a crash that claimed 5 lives. Department of Public Safety personnel erroneously determined that the individual's indefinite employment authorization associated with the driver's refugee status entitled the driver to a regular CDL rather than a non-domiciled. Texas has also suspended the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs and all CDLs to non-citizens who are refugees, asylees, or DACA recipients. Pretty much the same when it comes to the state of Washington. Of course, in California, the DOT's concerns with their lack of compliance, well documented, already having withheld about $41 million for not complying with the English proficiency standards. Later last month, Duffy said California could have prevented a fatal crash in that state if they had followed the emergency interim final rule. Of course, California pushing back, posting on social media that the state does not decide whether a CDL applicant is eligible, to which They said the state, they tried to say it's misinformation. The federal government approves and renews all federal employment authorization documents. Governor Newsom has said California CDL holders possess a fatal crash rate nearly 40% lower than the national average. All right. The FMCSA did not immediately respond to Landline's request about the letters, including whether one was sent to the state of Pennsylvania as well there. But look into the crackdown continues all around the country. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. I heard in the news break there, I guess, some sort of the latest in what has been a trend of sports gambling, sports betting, and illegalities taking place. And in this case, it goes to Major League Baseball and pitchers apparently throwing games, or I don't know. Eagle, you wanted to touch on that this morning. What the heck's going on in the baseball world?
Yeah. I tried to get back in on Thursday night, but I fell asleep when they had controversy going on with this situation last week and over into the weekend, and how this correlates to Pete Rose. Now, I told you last year, Steve, during the Pete Rose situation, when they said that they weren't going to put the man in the Hall of Fame due to the fact that he was gambling on sports. But before I get to that, I want to say this, Steve. For years, for a long time, and I knew this was going to lead to nothing but trouble when they decided to make this move. For years in sports, there was never a team in Las Vegas. Never no sports team, and they did that for a reason, because they didn't want people gambling, spending players getting involved with sports in Las Vegas. And now they have two teams. They have the Las Vegas Raiders, a football team, and they're building a brand new baseball stadium for the Oakland A's, which will now be moving to Las Vegas as soon as they get that stadium built. And I knew there was going to be trouble when you got teams involved in sports in Las Vegas. They don't call that place Sin City for nothing. And when you put it, it's going to get even worse than that in the future with sports betting, with the athletes and teams getting involved. Like I said, when you got Las Vegas involved in sports, that was a bad move when they decided to do that, Steve. A very bad move when they decided to put sports teams in Las Vegas. Now, as far as these Cleveland players go, and they even had controversy with the NBA earlier in the year, right when the season started, with players taking themselves out of games and players saying that they were hurt and they what. Same thing with baseball. Now they got the controversy with these Cleveland players. As far as I'm concerned, Steve, if they want to play that game with Pete Rose, they want to say Pete Rose got a lifetime ban. He could never be involved in baseball. These same things. If it's proven that these players are betting on games, if they're throwing ball games, it should be a lifetime ban. They treat these guys the same way they treated Pete Rose. It's the same way they need to be treated. I don't want to hear no sympathy for these guys talking about they made a mistake. It's their first offense. They didn't say that about Pete Rose when they kicked him out of baseball for a lifetime for supposedly betting on the Cincinnati Reds and when he was the manager of the Reds. That's one of the worst things you can do, Steve, and when you're involved in sports is bet on your own team and take yourself out of games and purposely try to rig the score. Like today, I was watching a game today, and I was watching the San Francisco 49er Rams game. And the Rams, they scored a touchdown on the first three times they got the ball. They scored three straight. It went up to 21-0. And then going into halftime, it was like, I think it was still 21-0. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like a different team came out of the locker room at halftime. San Francisco 49ers started scoring touchdowns and made it a pretty one-score game. And it looked like it was going to be a good game. You ask yourself, how can a team play so good at the start of a game and then come out after halftime and look like a totally different team? something real suspicious is going on, and then you see these bogus calls by the referees and all that. So, like I said, these Cleveland players, these pitchers, baseball is one of the easiest sports to set up, because you can easily swing at a ball that's clearly not a strike, or you could, the umpire can rig some things. Baseball is a very easy sport to set up. And, it brings into judgment what these people are doing now, Steve. But, like I say, it just disappoints me, because like I say, Pete Rose was a childhood hero of mine, and he's definitely the best man to ever play baseball. I told you that in the history of the game. And for him not to be in the Hall of Fame is an insult. So all these players that are involved in the same thing that Pete Rose is doing, I want to see them get the same treatment that Pete Rose got, and that's a lifetime ban. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. It sounds like, based on, Pete, his assertion that he never bet against the Reds. He always bet on the Reds winning. We don't know for certain, but to me that did not sound like much of a sin. As a manager, you're always going to do everything in your power to make your team win, right? But again, we don't, question marks. But in this case, and here's what the Cleveland Guardians pitchers, Emmanuel Clase, Luis Ortiz, indicted on charges that they took bribes from sports bettors to throw certain types of pitches, including tossing balls in the dirt rather than strikes, to ensure successful bets. According to the indictment unsealed this past day in Brooklyn, the highly paid pitchers, these guys make millions of dollars to begin with, right? Took several $1,000s in payoffs to help unnamed gamblers from their native Dominican Republic win at least $460,000 on what they call prop bets in games on the speed and outcome of certain pitches. Clase, the Guardians' former closer, and Ortiz, a starter, have been on non-disciplinary paid leave since July, when Major League Baseball started investigating what they said was highly unusual betting activity when these guys pitched. Some of the games in question were April, May, June. Ortiz was arrested this past day by the FBI at Boston's Logan International Airport, expected to appear in a federal court today. Clase, meanwhile, was not in custody, according to officials at this time. U.S. Attorney Joseph Nokella says Ortiz and Clase betrayed America's pastime. Integrity, honesty, and fair play are part of the DNA of professional sports. When corruption infiltrates the sport, it brings disgrace not only to the participants, but damages the public trust in an institution that's vital and dear to all of us. Ortiz's lawyer says that his client is innocent, would never improperly influence a game, not for anyone or anything. All right. He says there is no credible evidence that Luis knowingly did anything other than try to win games with every pitch and in every inning. He looks forward to fighting these charges in court. But Major League Baseball said they contacted federal law enforcement when they began investigating unusual betting activity and have fully cooperated with authorities. Let's see. We're aware of the indictment and today's arrest. Our investigation is ongoing, according to the league statement. The Guardian said, we're aware of these law enforcement actions. We will continue to cooperate with law enforcement and the MLB. But being charged with wire fraud conspiracy, honest services wire fraud conspiracy, money laundering conspiracy, and conspiracy to influence sporting contests by bribery The top charges carry a potential 20 years in prison, they say. In one example cited in the indictment, Clace allegedly invited a bettor to a game against the Boston Red Sox back in April. Spoke with him by phone just before taking them out. 4 minutes later, the indictment said the bettor and his associates won $11,000 on a wager that Clace would toss a certain pitch slower than 97.95 miles per hour. In May, Clace agreed to throw a ball at a certain point in a game against the Dodgers, but the batter swung, resulting in a strike, costing the bettors $4,000 in wagers. After the game, which the Guardians won, Clace sent text messages to one of the bettors with images of a man hanging himself with toilet paper and a sad puppy face. Clace, a 3-time All-Star and 2-time American League Reliever of the Year, had a $4.5 million salary this year, the fourth season of a $20 million 5-year contract. The 3-time AL save leader began providing the bettors with information about his pitches, they say, back in 2023, but never asked for payoffs until this year. They cited specific pitches that Clace allegedly had rigged, all of them first pitches when he entered a game to start an inning. A 98.5 mile-an-hour cutter, low, inside to the New York Mets. Starling Marte, May of 23, an 89.4 mile-per-hour slider to Minnesota's Ryan Jeffries that bounced well short of the plate. June of 23, an 89.4 mile-per-hour slider to Kansas City's Bobby Witt Jr. that bounced on April the 12th. Then they go on and on. That's just so first pitch when he enters the game. How many different side bets can you make? So when a relief pitcher, my understanding, you can place a wager on whether his first pitch will be in excess of 90 or under 90. That's just bizarre, the kind of things. Is there anything you can wager on in sports these days? All right. Back in a moment.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
A couple from the email bag here. Let me see. First of all, yes, Steve, you are correct. There was never any proof that Pete Rose bet against the Reds or threw a game to have them lose. But yeah, here, we're talking about intentionally either throwing a game or a bad pitch. There should be major felonies for this. The money these guys are making. And to fall into this stuff, wow. You gotta be kidding me. All right, and real quick, hello, Truck and Phil. Happy Monday. Start off the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Winter is back. 28 to start, high of only 33 today. Fort Wayne, lake effect snow off and on all day. We're down to 20 with a high of 33, Newaygo, Michigan. Roll on, Knucklebuster. Hey, big 250-year happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It looks like the government shutdown may finally be coming to an end. A procedural Senate vote is underway, with CNN reporting that Senate negotiators have reached an agreement to fund the government through January 30th of next year. The news would mark a key indication that the government shutdown may soon come to an end. A source tells CNN the Senate is expected to vote tonight and that there are enough Democrat votes to move the plan forward. The deal reportedly will include a reversal of President Donald Trump's firings of federal employees, as well as provisions to prevent such actions in the future. It also will ensure that food stamps are funded through the fiscal year 2026. Again, reporting tonight, a procedural Senate vote underway. CNN says there are enough Democrat votes to bring the shutdown to an end. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science. The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Whatever time that vote came down last evening, somewhere at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, I don't know what, after the vote, that was trying to understand cloture, as they call it, where they had to have 60 votes. Which final vote, 60-40. So that's success after, 15 failed attempts? So they adjourned until 11 o'clock this morning. If I understand correctly now, that now leads to a simple thumbs up or thumbs down vote that only needs a simple majority. 50 votes, which they shouldn't have any difficulty with that, right? To move it on over, then it goes to the House, and then to the President's desk. There are no Affordable Care Act subsidy extensions involved in this. Pretty much the only thing Republicans conceded was allowing hiring back workers that had been, rather than furloughed, placed on leave. They're fired. They're going to bring them back. And I guess their jobs are secure until the end of this. January 30th, can't make any changes in that category, but really didn't give in on much. This is pretty much the terms the president had suggested, the clean continuing resolution for all practical purposes. Now, there is an agreement to hold a vote on a separate piece of legislation involving extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies. Sometime in December, they'll vote on that. There's no guarantees where that's going to go. I do not see the Republicans caving in and giving those extensions, though, without major changes as to where they stand right now. The president even suggested over the weekend, how did he put it? He said we should let's stop sending these billions of dollars to the insurance companies. Here's what he posted on Truth Social. I'm recommending to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to the money-sucking insurance companies in order to save the bad health care provided by Obamacare, that money be sent directly to the people so they can purchase their own much better health care and have money left over. In other words, take from the big bad insurance companies and give it to the people and terminate per dollar spent the worst health care anywhere in the world, Obamacare. Unrelated, we still must terminate the filibuster. That was his post. I don't know if that was Saturday, Sunday, at some point in time over the weekend he had posted that. So after all this time, it was pretty much for naught. And obviously it serves to reason the likes that Chuck Schumer, Jeffries, AOC, the far left wing of the Democrat Party are very angered that the needed Democrats, call them moderates, whatever you want, broke ranks with them. What kind of punishment do they get now? Do they all get primaried? All right, as it turns out, of course, I think most of us have been saying this for the last several years. Americans are not ready to embrace electric vehicles with the kind of energy manufacturers and Democrats had hoped they would. Ford Motor Company's electric F-150 Lightning is not selling. A matter of fact, the demand, they say, is so low that Ford has considered actually just getting rid of it altogether. According to the Wall Street Journal, a final decision has not been made, but the situation is not hopeful. Ford has accumulated $13 billion with a B in electric vehicle losses over the past 2 years. Electric vehicle sales for October down 24% compared to last year's numbers. The Lightning is the lowest selling vehicle of any series at $1,500. Affordability was not on the menu, as the Journal notes. Ford pitched the Lightning at $40,000. But standard models were closer to $50,000. The higher-end versions were as much as $90,000. An aluminum shortage causing production to stop. Companies not sure that they're going to keep trudging on with this electric pickup or just maybe focus their effort on the smaller electric vehicles. Mind you, this is a vehicle once touted for its performance by President Joe Biden. Back in 2021, Joe drove the EV for reporters in Dearborn, Michigan, when he seemed to enthusiastically take off, telling them, "This sucker's quick." A reporter that day asked him, "Would you buy one of those?" To which Biden said, "I would." Obviously, the general public is not feeling the same way. The owner of Lester Glenn Auto Group in New Jersey put it bluntly when he said, "The demand is just not there. We don't order a lot of them because we don't sell them." Government coercion will not change the market. Biden pushed for electric vehicles to make up half the market by 2030 via executive order back in 21. Now, this is something Car and Driver magazine reported President Trump reversed on his first day back in office. Per the Journal, Stellantis, General Motors, Ram, Tesla are all walking back or are in talks to walk back electric trucks as well. It is time to let the market decide the future of these vehicles based on demand. If electric vehicles are the future, the consumer will make it the reality. Joe Biden or any other president or government official can bear down on the car buyers or manufacturers, as this experience has clearly shown. Hopefully, the manufacturers will start listening to the buyers and not the politicians. Of course, then you have the likes of California and Gavin Newsom, where they're still, time and time again, despite the demand not being there, hell-bent and determined on trying to force everyone into an electric vehicle there. Meanwhile, talking earlier about the English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs, late last week we got word that the Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles is going to be canceling more than 60 licenses for truck drivers from Canada and Mexico as part of a larger plan to end the issuance of certain commercial learner permits and CDLs to comply with the new federal requirements. On November 5, Nevada DMV detailed plans to phase out the issuance and the renewal of non-domiciled, or what they call limited term, CDLs and commercial learners permits. Officials say Nevada will comply or continue the temporary pause on issuing or renewing limited-term CDLs and learners permits while the state begins a gradual phase-out of the program. Going forward, the Department of Motor Vehicles will enact the following policies. Nevada will allow existing limited-term CDLs to expire naturally based on the driver's lawful stay as determined by Citizenship and Immigration Services. No new or duplicate limited-term CDLs will be issued by the state. Officials say the Nevada DMV's action will have the following results. Approximately 980 active limited-term CDL holders will be affected statewide. 62 drivers from Mexico and Canada will have their limited-term CDLs canceled, and they are required under federal law to be licensed by their home countries. They said that the affected drivers may instead apply for a non-commercial driver's license or driver authorization card if they meet eligibility requirements. We are taking a proactive, responsible approach to comply with the new federal requirements. All right. Nevada's plan to phase out limited-term CDLs aligns with the FMCSA's emergency interim final rule. That went into effect, as we know, in September. All right, updates from state to state around the country here on the greatest day of the week. 844-844-3388.
This Jack Criswell?
Yeah.
Jack, listen, this here R.D. Mercer, you in charge of keeping up that cemetery down there?
Yeah, you bet.
Well, listen, you're the fella that I'm getting ready to get sideways of. I was down here visiting my cousins. I'm from Ardmore. I was down here visiting my cousins, and they was telling me that the last time they was out there at the graveyard, that the boys that was taking care of the maintenance over there was what they was doing was taking a leak on my Uncle Jesse's grave out there. That's being disrespectful. And I don't appreciate it none.
Well, I find that very hard to believe.
They said they seen you out there doing it. You and some of you fellas that's working on that thing out there taking a leak.
Whoever that was, they lied to you.
No, they didn't lie to me a bit. I guarantee you they ain't. They's church-going women, and they seen you out there. They was putting pansies on their relatives' graves, and they seen it happening.
And who was it?
They said it was you and some fellas out there you had working for you was drinking beer and telling loud, nasty jokes and dancing around, and then they was taking a whiz out there.
What's your name, sir?
R.D. by God Mercer. Now, Uncle Jesse Mercer, he's a World War I hero. It's the northeast corner of that cemetery. The headstone's got a collie dog on the top of it.
And that's here at Lawn Cemetery.
Damn right, in the northeast corner over there.
Who was that said they saw that?
That's the Inez Roundtree. Now, Uncle Jesse was a World War I hero down there, Criswell. He was in charge of the collie dog troops.
Roundtree lives here in Cordell?
Huh?
This Inez Roundtree lives here in Cordell?
Lives outside of town on the highway. Okay. And he liberated a French village of Village-de-Loup down there in the World War I.
Phone book, is she?
What?
She's listed in the phone book?
I don't know. It don't make a damn bit of difference. There's somebody down there.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
He's on the run.
He's a little whizzed off.
Cemetery, Jack speaking.
How'd you like a country ass whooping?
Why don't you just come on out and we'll talk about it?
I guarantee you, it ain't nobody going to take a leak on my great Uncle Jesse's grave and then hang up on me.
That hasn't happened, sir.
I guarantee it done. Inez ain't a liar.
That has not happened.
Well, she's seen it.
That has not happened. Do you hear me?
How big an old boy are you?
That has not happened.
Where are you at right now?
That has not happened.
I guarantee you, I'm getting ready to plant somebody back 6 foot under. I got me a pine box full of ass whoop. I'm getting ready to...
Well, you just bring it on out here.
I guarantee you, I'll cart it right with me. How long are you going to be there?
I live here.
You live there?
That's right. I live here.
Well, you're going to be about 6 feet below where you're at right now.
There's no beer drinking going on, and there's never been any graves pissed on for the 2 years I've been here.
Well,
and anybody that says any difference, nothing but a damn liar.
Well, I guarantee. How big an old boy are you? We're going to need us a plot before this is over with. You know that, don't you?
Cemetery, Jack speaking.
Listen, I'll tell you what, I'm going to come by there this afternoon. Are you down there all day?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Well, I'm coming down there today, and I'm getting ready to take care of this one way or the other.
Whatever you say.
Well, I got that uncle down there is buried with his collie dog, Roosevelt, down there, and you've been whizzing on his grave.
What's his name?
My uncle's name, Great Uncle Jesse Mercer.
Jesse Mercer.
Jesse Mercer.
M-E-R-C-E-R?
That's right. And I was getting ready. How big an old boy are you?
Big enough to take care of this, I'm plenty sure.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, we'll see when you get here.
Yeah.
You got the to show up.
Well, I don't... And we're going to have to get him back on the phone again.
Cemetery, Jack speaking.
Listen, I decided I called a buddy of mine. I think I'm going to stop by and pick him up on my way out there. He owns a music store down there in Waterford, and I'm going to pick him up and come down there with him. I'm going to I'm picking Harold up, and I'm coming down there, and there's going to be a tag team event. Jack, this is Brent, man.
And you're probably calling me on my 800 number, too, ain't you?
Yeah, it's your dime. What are you doing down there whizzing on war veterans' graves? I just want you to know there, Jack, it weren't no mausoleum. Just a plain grave down there.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
right, a lot of folks in northern Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, eventually New York. Kind of waking up to a winter wonderland to start the new week off this early Monday. And then it's the cold sinking very deep, all the way down to nearly the Gulf Coast over the next 24 hours or so. Here this morning and then again Monday night, very low overnight temperatures continue creeping southward. Through the Mississippi Valley and the southeast. Even portions of the Florida Panhandle and the coastlines projected to see temperatures in the 30s and 40s. Widespread lows in the 20s, spreading as far south as the interior southeast by Tuesday morning. As that cold air sets in early this week, some of the coldest nighttime temperatures we've seen since last winter. Jacksonville, Florida, for example, forecast to approach the freezing mark here Monday night and Tuesday night. We're talking 20, 25 degrees below where you would normally be this time of year. Last time Jacksonville saw temperatures around the freezing mark was back in late February of this year, the heart of winter time. Now, for many areas, the dramatically lower temperatures do begin to rebound by a few degrees headed into midweek. But the conditions right on into late week, everybody's going to be generally on the cool side compared to what most of us saw last week for sure. AccuWeather experts say that the temperatures are expected to continue to bounce back as the month goes on, but we'll have waves of cold air on the docket again for early December. This is just, I guess, a true taste of old man winter. Only about 10, 11 days away from the official winter arrival. All right, 27 outside the secret bunker in this hour. Roki did the research for us. The question earlier, how many individuals are receiving SNAP benefits or food stamps that are like working age, physically able-bodied individuals that just refuse to get a job. So I guess he did a bit of research. Able-bodied SNAP recipients not working. We have some 1.4 million under the age of 55 and another 1.4 million ages 55 and over. Statistics from the U.S. Gov website. According to us, now with 42 million people on food assistance of some form, I would have thought the numbers would have been maybe a bit higher than that, actually. That's pretty small compared to what I would have assumed it to be. All right, Scrapyard. He said, well, I'm on vacation, if you want to call it that. I mean, here we go. Early on, got a bit of a run of bad luck. Nearly got bit by a cottonmouth Saturday morning. Deer hunting. Look out. Sunday morning, my rifle's firing pin breaks while I'm trying to take down the big buck. Not the way you wanted to start off. You're deer hunting there, right? I know it varies from state to state, but I think gun season got underway for some here over the last few days. All right. Gary checks in. Steve, thank you so much. Always a great show. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret. God bless all the hardworking Americans, all the overnight crew. Everybody have a blessed day. Safe travels to all. Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, with that, we'll close it out on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. Of course, we're just getting it started. We'll be back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hope you can join us then.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.